Um, it started off from, they call it the two-level bridge. If you want to translate it into English, the two-level bridge. That's the start point of the Million Man March. And as you can see there, crowds are really, as far as the eye can see, are packing that bridge. And it's going to end at Baghdad University. That will be the end of the protest, which we expect to be at around 12 to 1 p.m. local time in Baghdad. Sources have indicated that senior figures, such as senior political figures such as Hadi al-Amiri, the leader of the second largest political party in the Iraqi parliament, would be attending. Qais al-Khaz'ali, the leader of one of the main factions of the Popular Mobilization Units, will be attending. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that was Hadi al-Amiri just there. We just saw him there, along with lots of security. There is a lot of security concerns regarding these figures and their safety. I think you just saw on the left of your screen Hadi al-Amiri walking by, so that's been confirmed. There's also speculation that Muqtada al-Sadr himself will be present at this demonstration, this Million Man March, that is expected to be larger and larger in the following hour or two. This all comes in the aftermath of the US assassination of the leader of Iran's Quds Force, of the Islamic Revolution Guard's Quds Force, the martyr, the late Lieutenant General Qasim Soleimani, at Baghdad International Airport. That was 3 weeks ago today, on Friday. And he was assassinated along with the deputy leader of the Popular Mobilization Forces, Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis, in the same airstrikes by the United States. And that led to public anger by Iraqis from all walks of life. When what you're seeing here is that this demonstration was called for by Muqtada al-Sadr, who represents the largest political faction in parliament. Following his call, it was backed by the second largest political party in Iraq's parliament, which is led by Hadi al-Amiri and Qais al-Khaz'ali, former members of the Popular Mobilization Units. So you see two parties in parliament that sit against each other, that are in opposition. They have their own domestic points of view that are opposed to each other. They have different ideas as to the future of Iraq. Yet when it comes to the presence of US military forces, US military troops on Iraqi soil, and what they say was a clear and deliberate violation of Iraq's sovereignty by assassinating the Iranian commander and the Iraqi commander. That was a violation of Iraq's sovereignty, and that brought these two, their opponents in parliament, but they brought them together and united them in their opposition to the presence of the United States. So, as I mentioned, this movement is the start of a process which will begin with demonstrations, as you are seeing today, the Million Man March. And it's a process that will exhaust all peaceful and legal means, according to Iraqi officials. Peaceful and legal means, and if that doesn't work, then it would lead to what Iraqi security forces say is the use of force to expel the American the presence of American military forces on Iraqi soil. And let's not forget that Iraq's parliament, not so long ago, after the assassination of General Qasim Soleimani and the deputy leader of Iraq's Popular Mobilization Units, held a special session in which they voted in favor of removing the American forces. It was a non-binding motion. Nevertheless, Iraq's Prime Minister had earlier, before that parliament session had taken place, Iraq's Prime Minister had indicated his desire for the removal of US forces, and Iraq's Prime Minister, they called on the government for the withdrawal of American forces, and the Iraqi government agreed to that vote by the parliament. Yet we heard from Donald Trump that he would not be withdrawing US troops, albeit yesterday he spoke with Iraq's President Barham Saleh, and he claims that he will withdraw American troops from Iraq. But given Trump's track record and his flips and turns when it came to Syria and removing American forces from Syria, many people are skeptical in Iraq that Trump will go ahead with that pledge. Okay, I believe we have with us Gordon Duff. He's the senior editor at Veterans Today. Gordon, now we're seeing this million-man march. If I can get your initial thoughts on this process and where it could lead up to, and the presence of American troops in Iraq. Iraqis are complaining that it's a violation of their sovereignty.
Very few things that Donald Trump ever got right was denoting the fact that the United States entered Iraq under false pretenses, faked intelligence, killed millions of people in Iraq, and by millions, 1 to 2 million over an occupation period. The oil thefts, and I spent some time in Iraq with the United Nations. I worked closely. I also met Sadr while I was there in a number of discussions. And as an American, there was tremendous hostility against the American occupation. But what I saw us doing while I was there with the United Nations, I saw the United States stealing everything it could. It stole billions, endless billions in oil. I can describe exactly how. The individuals running that operation for the U.S. government at the time are on my staff. It was the policy of the United States to, as Trump says, go for the oil. And it's what's still going on there. And you see, when you look at the 5,000 U.S. troops that are still there, and we have no idea where some of them are, in the overt bases that the U.S. admits to having, there are about 1,800 American troops. Another 3,200, we don't know where they are. We have another 15,000 contractors somewhere in Iraq. And those contractors are mercenaries. There are many of them special operations. Some of them are clearly out there on the streets today, organizing counter demonstrations, and from rumors we've heard, are likely to start shooting demonstrators. We can expect violence here, and that violence will be American-paid mercenaries doing exactly what they did in Ukraine. It's going to come. The U.S. occupation and the fake war on terror has been a source of shame for every literate American of conscience in this country. And those numbers we're sometimes questionable about, but the numbers are, if not a majority, certainly very substantial. There's no lack of awareness in this nation here. I'm in the United States right now. No one is unaware of what we did in Iraq, how we never should have gone in. There were no weapons of mass destruction. We had no legal pretext for going in. We were there to loot the country. We were there to seize, as General Wesley Clark stated so aptly, former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, former head of NATO. We were there to seize nation after nation as part of a cabal that we were forming with Britain, France, and primarily Israel, which for varying reasons exercises strange and inexplicable power over events in Western nations. That's an entirely different subject. For the people of Iraq, this meeting at the economic conference with Saleh was a disaster. He had no business speaking to Trump. He had no business entering negotiations, humiliating negotiations with Trump over withdrawal. Trump's statements were ignorant, flippant, reflected his low-grade, this is what we really believe about Trump, that he has low-grade dementia. And the people of Iraq, it's going to come down to more than just being in the streets. It's going to come down, we think, to a shooting war that's going to kill more people, kill more Americans. And here, our veterans' hospitals are filled with the wounded and maimed from the war on terror. The cemeteries and burial pits and many of the mass graves have never been found from the U.S. war there. That the suffering touches every family, and this situation is inexcusable. You know, where mankind should have moved to a point of watching error after error, year after year, starvation with children, destruction of infrastructure of Iraq, pushing the government into absolute array. It's a country racked with joblessness, entirely created by the U.S. and its occupation, economic collapse, entirely purposefully orchestrated as part of control and regime change. And then, of course, the America's long-time habit of finding ethnic and religious differences and pushing those to the end and prodding them, of course, with these CIA contractors. And of the 15,000 American contractors there, certainly 3,000 or 4,000 are working for the CIA and are potential dark actors, potentially trainers and recruiters of terrorists, with many millions of dollars of Saudi money to pour into that nation. And we're seeing here an attempt, and this is a first and a very laudable attempt, for a nation to stand up, to stand against the iniquities of occupation, the iniquities of evil war. Is it going to be enough? Probably not. Do I wish that a war will not come? Absolutely. I wish the United States would come to its senses. I wish that justice, mercy, and reason could prevail. We don't see it prevailing. I see Americans dying there, and I think that's a terrible disaster. I served in the American military, and we haven't had a just war in my lifetime. Nothing close. Nothing with honor of any kind. And there's nothing worse than that. nothing worse than good people dying for bad reasons, and that in itself is a shame. There's no martyrdom to that. It's just emptiness. Sacrifice for banks and oil companies and arms manufacturers, and it's what it's really down to. Uh, the result of what's going to happen here, what we hope for the American people to maybe stand against their own government, and whether that's going to happen or not, the American people haven't stood up for a very long time. And maybe the people of Iraq, if this were reported in the American press, and it's not being, but if they saw this, if they heard these words and they saw the massive people here, and I'm watching the live coverage, and this is incredible. This is millions of people coming out. If the American people were aware of this, would they care? And that's the question we're asking. Do the American people still have the respect for decency? Do they still have a heart? And some of us are not so sure anymore. And that's a very difficult thing for us.
Gordon, thank you. Stay with me. I have Professor Alexander Azadigan joining us also. Professor Azadigan, now Gordon raises many important points, one of them being that there is a high risk of violence. There is a camp not so far from where this demonstration is taking place, namely Tahrir Square, where people have been for weeks now camping there, and Iraqi officials and this was the beginning of the anti-government protest, the legitimate anti-government protest. But those that are camped in Tahrir Square, many are blaming them for causing violence, burning tires, causing all sorts of blocking roads. So there is a risk that there could be violence, but we see that authorities have chosen a different path for this demonstration to try and avoid any clashes with those people in Tahrir Square. And so that's one. Secondly, I don't know if you can see the images. There's waves of people, a sea of people have flocked to heed the calls of Muqtada Sadr and other leaders. Other security leaders, leaders of political factions in parliament for this million-man march. It sends a message of unity among the Iraqis. What do you make of the images? I don't know if you can see them. And what's your initial thoughts on this demonstrations, Professor Zadigan?
Thank you, Wessam, for your invitation. It's always good to be with Press TV's global audience. Very intelligent viewers, by the way. Yes, I did get a chance to analyze some of the images. There could be a snowball effect as more people join in. I have mixed feelings toward Mr. Al-Sadr. I've been very vocal in my articles and what have you. But in this situation, he seems to political opportunism aside, and hopefully it is not political opportunism. In this case, he's bringing people together to express their legitimate concern and grievances against an occupation force that's been there since 2003. You have a belligerent and really vile man at the helm in the White House who openly violates international law. Even the threat of destabilizing the country or invading a country, verbal threat, is against international law. But he seems to be doing that. I believe it's Article 51, if I'm correct. Not too many days ago, he said, we're going to stay unless they pay us. I mean, this is talk about adding more insult to the injury. Unless they pay us for us liberating them from Saddam Hussein, not only are we going to stay, but if they lean more toward Iran, he was implying that, I don't recall the exact verbiage, that we will freeze their accounts where oil transitions are facilitated. I believe it's the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, and we're talking $35 billion. I mean, the amount of belligerence and basically the silence of the world, more or less. You have a country like Iran who's fighting for its own survival. At the same time, it's trying to create this coalition between itself, Syria, Yemen. And this is not a Shia coalition. It's just a coalition of the resistance to the presence of Yankee imperialists in the region. And this president not only threatens that, a few days later at the Davos Economic Summit, he shakes hand with that. I'm not even going to dignify him by, naming him that Iraqi politician, which is just absolutely unbelievable. We do know that there's massive corruption in Iraq, economic corruption. We know that. We know many of these politicians are in the left and right pockets of Washington. That is not a secret to anybody. But to openly do it at such a sensitive time, it's not even the 40th day death anniversary of not just General Soleimani and Commander Al-Muhandis, but also another 25 Iraqis. Nobody's really talking about them outside of Press TV that died as a result of this totally extrajudicial, illegal act of violence in the territory of Iraq, and they do what they do. Mr. Trump and the neocon monsters around him, like Mr. Pompeo, think they're invincible. They think just because they have the backing of Zionist thugs and financiers and mafia bosses like Sheldon Adelson, they think that they're going to be invincible and that AIPAC is going to hand them the election again in 2020, and they can cheat, lie, and deceive, as Mr. Pompeo said in front of the camera. And the poor Iraqi people are paying for it. Iraq is ranked 168 out of 180 countries when it comes to corruption, according to the Transparency International Corruption Index. The economic mismanagement and missed opportunities have led to widespread unemployment. That's what the legitimate protests were about not too long ago, which, by the way, were hijacked as it's the standard operating procedure with CIA, Mossad, and let's not forget the Saudi Al-Mukhabarat, which operates widely across Iraq. Iraq has electricity crisis. In Iraq, we have a systematic failure in providing governance, especially jobs for the youth. Most people don't know that 60% of Iraqi population is below the age of 24. I mean, that's astounding. The identity politics that permeates throughout the system, whereby Sunnis, Shiites, and Kurds find representation and form big tent camps and governments in the absence of an opposition, has failed in translating that representational system into roads, hospitals, schools, and most importantly, jobs for that young demographic. That's why those protesters, the legitimate protesters that we saw several weeks ago, they were so massive on one hand, but also the anger is targeted at not a particular group or sect or party, but at the entirety of the system. This is what we are concerned about. We are concerned about what the Supreme Commander of NATO many years ago said, that Washington has a plan to destabilize all these countries in the Middle East, and it has. Iran is the last one, really. It's really sad that Washington is thriving on chaos, but then again, that's their plan. Their plan is ordo ab chaos in Latin, which means order out of chaos. It's a very Freemasonic old expression. They create the chaos first, and people become so desperate, and then they introduce the order that they've been wanting to implement. But this time, because the people are so tired and they have this economic fatigue, social fatigue, that they would embrace anybody that would provide them some kind of a solution. Well, it's not really a solution, but some kind of the order. And so, but to be fair, we have to talk about the recently beleaguered the Prime Minister Adel Abdul Mahdi. To be fair, his government was somewhat of a capable government, but it inherited long and lasting structural problems. Whether they're going to implement some of those deep reforms that the public demanded back then and still demands, or perhaps if they fail at those reforms, economic and political reforms, then perhaps the protests that we saw, and like you said, these protests would get out of control if they reach Tahrir Square, and they would easily be hijacked by CIA operatives. They're on the ground. We have videos of them going around handing cash to taxi drivers, motorcycle riders to keep staying in the street, and they say this is for your gas money. I mean, obviously, somebody with a backpack handing out the money, and we don't know if this is Iraqi currency or American dollars, has another 10 people watching him or her to make sure she doesn't get mugged. CIA and Mossad are all over Iraq. They're fomenting all sorts of sectarianism. So my whole point is that these protests could escalate into demanding a greater change in the entire political system itself. And you can sway that anywhere, where you have a very effective campaign of propaganda. You want to point the finger at Iran. There's a lot of misplaced anger in Iraq, those who are uninformed, obviously. Instead of looking at their internal issues, thanks to Washington, Tel Aviv, and Riyadh, the real axis of evil, they're pointing the fingers at Iran. And let's not forget that the Iran-Iraq war ended in 1988. The invasion and occupation of Iraq started in 2003. You're talking about only 15 years for two bitter foes to come together as they have. Having said that, it's a very fragile condition. I don't want to use the term house of cards. It is not. It's much deeper and more solid than that, but it's very fragile. And when you create chaos in that country, and then I'm talking about Washington, and then you try to blame it on next door neighbor, the neighbor that Saddam Hussein invaded and inflict that horrible 8-year war. It's very easy for misplaced anger to be manifested. But back to Iraq, there's really no strong central leadership. The situation is really grim. There is no way into coming to grips. I don't know how any government in Iraq right now would be able to deal with the necessities that are being demanded by protesters on all sides in terms of jobs, food, water, electricity, basic infrastructure. The problem is systematic, it is structural, it is massive, and I fear it's going to get a whole lot worse. These problems are not confined to a single government. They span across several administrations. It's the entire system that's dysfunctional, and how convenient to blame other countries in the region when this is happening. The big culprit was Washington. Nobody's missing Saddam Hussein. Saddam Hussein was a murderer, a thug. Nobody's missing him, but people forgot. Some people, I should say, perhaps those that are under 24, perhaps those who don't remember how their country was completely devastated as a result of not just the 2003 invasion and occupation, but since the end of the war in 1990. People forget the oil for food program. This is a way to completely devastate and destroy the pride of a very ancient culture and civilization. And so right now, like going back to Iraq again, something around 800 to 900 billion dollars were actually stolen during the past 16 years. Also, there's no solid national Iraqi identity like there used to be. Again, we are not missing the times that used to be. Nobody in Iraq will tell you that, especially the 64% Shia majority. There's Shia, there's Kurd, there's Sunni, there's Yazidi, but there's no collective identity. This is the biggest problem that's facing the Iraqi elites, right, and also the Iraqi people. And the last thing I want to say is that the Iraqi revenue per month from oil revenue is $6 billion per month. Where is this money being spent? Who's stealing it? Iraq is one of the top 5 exporters of oil to the United States. I mean, these are fundamental questions. We have to be academically fair and balanced. Just to blame the whole thing on an evil, the occupying force, which obviously created all these problems or triggered it, is not enough. We also have to look for other solutions. We have all identified who the enemy is. Now we have to focus on how we can bring the Iraqi people together to fight that common enemy in the Middle East, and we all know who those are.
Right, Mr. Azadigan, you raise very important issues. Let's tap into. We have Gordon is still with us. Gordon Duff, he's the senior editor at Veterans Today. Gordon, if I can tap into your thoughts, Mr. Azadigan spoke about, the government, Iraqi government since 2003. And the problems that they face. There's this, what some critics say that Iraqi governments, successive Iraqi governments, only think about the short term. They have no long-term strategy. But when you come to think of it, the issues that have faced Iraq since 2003 until today, be it security issues, most of it is security issues. I mean, with the terrorism and the U.S. occupation and the fight against Daesh, and prior to that the fight against Al Qaeda and the acts of hostage, taking people hostage and all that. So in that sense, can an Iraqi government think long term and make plans for the long term when they are faced with such problems in the short term?
I remember getting in Iraq in 2005 with the UN. I was working out of Erbil, and at the time the issue, of course, was during the middle of a civil war. The first wave of major combat had just come to an end, and by 2007 it was going to begin again. It was really a series of first an American-led war, and then an American-led civil war that subjected Iraq to incredible devastation. But in the process, I remember arriving there and meeting with a number of leaders, including Kurdish President Barzani, who threw me into a car and began to take me around to see American projects, what the endless billions that America was spending in Iraq was paying for. And he took me to see schools and hospitals and varying infrastructure projects, sewer systems, water systems that America was building. Every one of those projects the U.S. was building, there was a sign at the side of the road. Usually it had fallen down, maybe a piece of equipment there, and an empty field. Now, the American people had believed they had paid for a school or something else, a power plant, anything, water system. There was nothing. The money was all stolen. And it wasn't just stolen by corrupt Iraqis. And this is one of the issues here. We have a lot of publications that love pointing fingers at how democratic a government is, or how corrupt a government is, or how bad people are, how illiterate they are, how poor they are. And of course, the same people that control the fake news control all these lists as well. Iraq is very, very corrupt, almost as corrupt as the United States. The corruption in Iraq was brought to Iraq by the United States. The United States fostered it and fed it. The Saudis aided to it. The Israelis poured into Mosul, and then later into Erbil, and then across to Kirkuk. These are areas that they've coveted for 50 years. And the Iraqi people have their own divisions, but they also had ways of dealing with them. Whatever divisions there were, there are also solutions, and there was an Iraqi state. It was clearly pointed out by a previous speaker, the idea of inflicting chaos. And that chaos, of course, is a young population with no hope. That's what built ISIS. It was very easy for the Saudis, Mossad, and the CIA to build ISIS and hire people for $300 a month from as far away as Malaysia, bring them magically through airport after airport as terrorists, and drive them into Syria and Iraq and let them loose, armed and trained. And then when they began losing a war, loading their leaders onto American helicopters and flying them elsewhere, redeploying them in Sudan, redeploying them in Yemen, redeploying them in Afghanistan, redeploying them now in Libya. Simultaneously, we're dealing with not just this economic collapse here, the engineered chaos, taking that under 24 population and turning them into people that are easily malleable. When people have no hope, they can be handled. And especially when all of the communications that go through Iraq go through the internet. And it's an internet controlled by militarized Facebook, and it's very militarized. Not as militarized as Google Corporation that controls everything else. There are factories, literally factories, that turn out nothing but propaganda, manipulation, and filth, targeting every nation in the Arab world. And as we look at these collapses we're talking about, we'll look at Lebanon, currency collapse in Lebanon. The war in Syria, of course, the Syrian people have won their war. Idlib is being contested now, and Syria will absolutely retake Idlib. Will 1,000 Syrian Arab army soldiers die? Probably. Will they regain Idlib? Absolutely. Another nation that's being targeted, and this is one of the things that's the real fallout here, and one of the things that gives tremendous hope to the people of Iraq. This is a lesson of the United States that it's not going to be easy, and this is a very powerful message we're seeing here on the streets. Now, it's not going to lead America, and this idea that it's Yankee imperialism, and as an American, I try not to use those terms. We kind of wore them out in the 1960s, but a clear view of who is doing this, an international cabal of gangsters. Go back to 2014. I was in Damascus at the Regional Counterterrorism Conference, and a key issue that was brought up there is that nation states as we know them, as we knew them, as they developed in the 16th and 17th century in Europe, no longer exist. We are dealing with not just corporations, not just banks, or when we look at the American government, AIPAC, the ADL, the Israel lobby and their power, or Sheldon Adelson. And then we look behind Sheldon Adelson at the real money and the real power, Simon Mogilevich and his gang, Felix Sater, the handler of Donald Trump. That Trump is essentially a minor capo in an organization some people today call the Kosher Nostra, but an organization that existed in the 16th and 17th century from banking families, the Warburgs, Valenzuelas, and others that came from Venice, merchant bankers there, Genoa, that moved into Germany, into Frankfurt. The Rothschilds are only one of many. From there, they went to Amsterdam and then took Britain, established the Bank of England in the 17th century, and of course, took over the United States in 1913 with the Federal Reserve Bank. And the Federal Reserve Bank is owned by the same families that controlled, exactly the same families that controlled Genoa 500 years ago, Venice 500 years ago. The same people, the same families and they control those same corporations, and the United States Army, Donald Trump, are no more than their tools.
Yeah,
This,
Gordon, as you speak, we're seeing drone footage of the demonstration. I mean, I think it's the largest demonstration that I've ever seen, and I've been covering Iraq for quite an extensive period of time. It's certainly the largest demonstration that I've seen in Iraq, far exceeding any previous protests that have occurred. Last year's Green Zone protests. This one is really major, it's really big, and the message is clear. It's, the expulsion of US forces from Iraq. If I can just get back to Professor Azadigan, I don't know if you can see the images, Mr. Azadigan.
Yeah. I can.
Yeah, what kind of message do you think this sends out to the world when people are, pretty much they're asking for their sovereignty of their country?
Yeah, before I answer that, there were a couple of incorrect comments that were made. To compare Iraq as a state that is almost as corrupt as the United States is simply infactual. We do have indexes. Transparency International Corruption Index is one that we should refer to. Yes, it is correct that Iraq under dictatorship, the corruption was not as widespread as it is now. But to state that the corruption was exacerbated and introduced by us is just simply incorrect, and it's just propaganda. As far as my comment about the Yankee imperialists, I am an American. I'm proud to be an American, but I will not shy. They are Yankee imperialists. They have no business being there in the first place. And only a mafia boss like Trump will truly make it transparent to everybody when he wants to charge a country for occupying it and basically triggering its internal destruction. The pictures that I'm seeing on your display, yes, it's. I would like to see more people join in. A Million Man March has a very interesting connotation to it. Not too long ago, actually, it was a few decades ago. We had African Americans who marched to Washington under the direction and leadership of the Nation of Islam, and in order to express their dissatisfaction and the fact and how they've been treated in this country for the past 400 years. So we'll have to see what happens. It's very easy to hijack these kind of protests, as we have been seeing not just in Iraq, but really since the Arab Spring, the so-called Arab Spring, which has been more like Arab chaos in 2011, where legitimate protests, people that are just having a hard time but they don't believe in regime change, are out in the streets, expressing their dissent. That is very different than those who stand out there and call for regime change. This is what Washington really has in mind, just to have an overall systematic, chaotic situation in order for it to come in and justify its presence by having boots on the ground. But I don't think that's gonna happen. I mean, we have spent $6 trillion since 2001, from Afghanistan all the way to Syria, and nobody's talking about the $5 trillion that we still owe. Not to mention that we are $22 trillion in debt. That's our annual debt. So you can't just afford to have these kind of operations. That's why Washington has shifted to proxy wars. It's much cheaper. The effects will be intergenerational. There'll be blood revenge and chaos. And while all that is happening, in the case of Syria, for example, you make a symbolic statement that we're going to remove our soldiers, special ops soldiers. They used to be around 2,000. Now they're anywhere between 400 to 600. And you transfer these people to northeast Syria, and you allow them to help the Turkish smugglers and whatever is left of ISIS to steal the Syrian oil and take it across Turkey and most likely sell it over there off the port of Iskandaria. And we are hearing that the biggest customers of this oil at a much reduced price are the Israelis. So the people of Iraq are seeing this. They're seeing the slow and fast-paced destruction of their country. The country is coming undone. The fabric is coming undone. And you know, you have somebody like Trump who makes it really easy to point the finger. Again, I emphasize the Yankee imperialist, telling them that if they slightly want to be independent, that you're not going to leave. To me, this is the defeat of international law. We're talking too much about international law. It's not being implemented. In the absence of international law not being implemented, you're left with the law of the jungle. Washington wants to get rid of the international law. That's why they talk about a rule-based international system. This is very different than international law, based on UN charters. Rules which, by the way, they want to unilaterally impose on others, and if people don't comply, they're going to implement sanctions. I mean, I'm waiting for a crazy person like Trump to want to implement sanctions against the UN. You know, the biggest big chunk of the UN budget comes from the United States.
Azadi. Sure, Mr. Azadi Khan. Now, as we speak, I can see different angles, different areas of Baghdad where the demonstration, the procession of this demonstration is taking place. And I should remind the viewers that it's starting from a bridge known as the two-level bridge in Baghdad. And the reason I say it's the largest demonstration that I've ever witnessed in Iraq is because as we speak, there are people still at the bridge, which is the starting point of the demonstration. They are still making their way towards the you know, in the route towards the end of the procession. So, and the large numbers are still at the bridge, still waiting, trying to get to the end. This, what you're seeing on your screens now, is the middle of the procession, where I believe my sources tell me that they would have put a platform out for some people to make speeches and so on. But from the starting point of the procession, people are still trying to, you know, join the demonstrations, and I can see large crowds on the bridge itself, which is the starting point. Large crowds still making their way. So we'll see in an hour or two how big or how larger this demonstration is going to be. Let's just also remind our viewers that this all began after the United States 3 weeks ago today, or Friday, 3 weeks ago, assassinated the commander of Iran's Islamic Revolution Guards Corps, Haj Qasim Soleimani, and the deputy leader of the Iraq's Popular Mobilization Units, Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis. These two national heroes to both Iran and Iraq were assassinated, and Iraqis said that this was a violation of not just Iraq's sovereignty, but also a violation of the agreement that Baghdad had struck with Washington. This so-called security agreement that was supposed to, the foundation of it was that Washington would provide assistance to Iraq in the fight against Daesh, albeit now Daesh is finished. So many are asking why Americans are still needed in Iraq. You've got about 10,000 odd Americans, both soldiers and military contractors, only at the U.S. embassy in Iraq, and they're not all processing visa applications, you know. So this is where the Iraqi anger stems from, but it all began. This current chain of events, all began when the United States, at the direction of President Donald Trump, decided to go ahead and assassinate these two national heroes, which many praise for being on the front line in the fight against Daesh. Many praised Lieutenant General Qasim Soleimani for his sacrificing, putting his life on the front line and spearheading the battle against Daesh. And the same goes for Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis. We heard from the General Yarallah, who became one of a very famous popular figure in the battle against Daesh during Mosul, when they tried to liberate Mosul. And he's not part of the popular mobilization forces. He's a general, another general from the armed Iraqi army. And he said, he was yesterday speaking about Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis, saying that he was like the father of all Iraq's armed forces. So it's if I can get back to Gordon. Gordon, do you understand? Can you understand the anger of the Iraqi people, that they want their freedom? They don't want to be subject to rules and being told what to do by the United States. Can you understand that, this kind of demonstration is kind of what Iraqi figures have described as a revolution of the free people in the face of America, and it's kind of it's meant to serve as a deterrent to America and a response to American conspiracies?
Well, I want to apologize to our previous speaker for what he characterizes as my propagandization, but
yeah, go ahead.
My experience in Iraq, I wasn't as a visitor. I served there as a United Nations diplomat representing the Economic and Social Council. In this case, auditing the U.S. occupation and the work of what was Governor General Paul Bremer. And the distribution of oil revenue. And I was part of the committee that handled distribution of revenue between varying organizations within Iraq and the Kurds. And within the Kurds, there were separate oil fields. It was a complex situation. I worked in oil and gas banking. So I have a fairly strong understanding of the economics of the region. The overriding issue there, and you want to see the people in the streets, why most of the revenue from Iraq comes from oil. And let's just take this Trump's little move into Syria, that he was going to secure the oil and then move oil out of Syria. Well, exactly how does the President of the United States, in a nation that supposedly is not so corrupt as Iraq is, well, when the President seizes oil and then gives it to an American oil company, and American troops on the ground that cost many, many millions of dollars are illegal in that nation and so many others, one after the other, stealing resources from Iraq, which they are still doing on a very large scale basis. And I can go into tremendous detail on that. Or is this being done in Syria, which is being done overtly? Trump brags about it. Where does that revenue go? Does it go to the United States government? No, it doesn't. But the president ordered the oil seized, and then it's given to his political supporters. I don't know of any nation on earth that is so corrupt that they would not only do that, but brag about it, and then have no mechanism to stop it. The media doesn't say anything. There's no court. There's no elected official has said anything. Where is the money going from the stolen Syrian oil? Who's getting it? When Trump gives oil to people from a country is stealing oil from the Syrian people who are cold in their homes this winter, why is no one saying anything? Or the Federal Reserve System in the U.S. Has never been audited. There's this $23 trillion debt. $10 trillion of that debt has never been audited. We have no idea where the money is, where it went from the Federal Reserve Bank of New York when trillions of dollars flowed through the Bank of Scotland. So when the Iraqi people have nothing, absolutely nothing, they are living with a government created and engineered by Paul Bremer, the American Governor General, the occupying general that ran everything, that built the network of companies that currently run Iraq, who set up the form of government. The U.S. built everything that's there from 2003 forward, and every bit of corruption, every bit of poverty, currency instability, every bit of chaos was engineered by Paul Bremer and the neocons behind him. And I spent 2 years watching it. It was overt. And of course, that was done by an American government overthrown in 2000 in a rigged election, an America that sat by, and we wonder who caused 9/11, that decided to invade Iraq for no reason at all. And we're pushing eventually 2 decades later, a generation of people who were children, many weren't even born then, who are living in poverty, living in hopelessness, no hope of education, no hope of security of any kind. And they're living this way specifically because they're living in a country that the United States built to fail.
Okay, looks like we've lost Gordon. Gordon, you there? Gordon, you there? No. Okay, looks like we've lost Gordon. Let's get back to Alexander Azadigan. Mr. Azadigan, let's get back to the anti-US demonstrations that we see before us on our screens. This massive turnout. It's also, many observers have said that this demonstration is not just aimed at the United States. Well, it is aimed at the United States, but it's also sends a message to the clients of the United States. Iraqis are angry at what they accuse, infiltrators of causing riots, causing havoc in Iraq to try and destabilize the country, such as the burning of the Iranian consulate in some cities in the south, in Karbala and Najaf. The ringleader was caught by Iraqi intelligence, and he admitted to receiving $30,000 from the United Arab Emirates for committing that act. So what do you make of that? It's also aimed at the Americans. The essential message is for the expulsion of American forces, and also their client states, what Iraqis refer to them as infiltrators inside Iraq, that are being paid handsomely to commit acts of sabotage.
Well, absolutely. Everything you stated is completely factual. They try to not only do what you just stated, they try to blame all the woes of Iraq on Iran, and they do the same thing in Iran. Actually, several months ago, there were some problems with electricity in the Khuzestan province, in the southwest of Iran, and they were trying to manipulate the public opinion within Iran that Iran is sending so much selling so much electricity and water and what have you to Iraq. I mean, this is a very fragile situation. But Iraq is a very rich country. Their purchasing power parity GDP, Wessam, is a whopping. It's almost $734 billion. Their nominal GDP is around $250 billion. According to the 2019 estimates, according to the World Bank. There's the expression in the Middle East that the books are written in Egypt, printed in Lebanon, and read in Iraq, or at least it used to be. This is a very highly aware and educated, before we went in and completely destroyed everything, very a country that is aware of its heritage. They have a sense of heritage, regardless of the identity politics that's being played over there. They have a historical sense of pride and heritage, and in my opinion, they can be brought together. What happened with the murder of General Soleimani and Commander Al-Mohandes, and this is very important that you mention this because they only want us to focus on General Soleimani. Uh, and in PSYOPs, if you just focus on that one martyr and de-emphasize the others, it could trigger some anger within the Iraqi population. I watched the Iraqi television and I monitored the Iraqi media. How the narrative of how they were presenting this was that General Soleimani belongs to all of us. He's beyond nationality and borders. The Iranian leader used a very interesting phrase in his Friday prayer speech. He called them soldiers without borders. You talk to the Lebanese, you talk to the Iraqis that have respect and love for Ayatollah Khamenei. They say he belongs to all of us. This is a very powerful narrative, especially when the language, at least in the Arab world, the language is common. The religion is more or less common. So this is why they are so effective, unfortunately, in dividing and conquering the imperialist way, the British imperialists. And unfortunately, we are doing that now to the Iraqis because there's tremendous potential of people coming together, nations coming together. In the Middle East and what we call MENA, the Middle East and North Africa region, like I was stating earlier, the average age is very young. There's incredible potential with this population that can be done in every which way. When you have a young population, they're fervent, they're energetic, they look forward to the future. So what do? To destroy that, you take away their hope. And when they don't have any hope, anything could happen. Any legitimate protest can be hijacked and can be stolen. This is across the Middle East. If Middle East and North Africa could come up with what Europe put together with the European Union, and I know there's a lot of problems in the European Union, some parts of it are coming apart, but if Middle East, which has 10 times the potential than Europe did, Middle East didn't start 2 world wars. Middle East didn't start a Holocaust. Middle East doesn't have a 500 years of theft, rape, and murder in the form of imperialism and colonialism. If Middle East could come together and there would be a united Middle East, and of course they don't let this happen when they put corrupt leaders in charge and kill the responsible ones. They've done that as long as you can remember, since the fall of the Ottoman Empire, and even you can go with how the Ottoman Empire actually tried to create, division and get rid of effective leaders. But there's just tremendous potential and possibilities. And to think that Iran and Iraq, who fought a very bitter war for those 8 years, where even chemical weapons were used, are somehow so close together now. There's a lot of Iranian investment in Iraq. It's safer for Iranians. And I think the Iraqis may end up doing the same, especially, slowly. It's not going to happen right away. It may be a gradual process when you have somebody who threatens, I'm talking about Donald Trump, that we are not going to leave unless they pay us for the invasion that we caused. These things are maybe in the average mind of an attention deficit disorder, geopolitically attention deficit disorder voter in this country. Maybe they don't understand it, but across the Middle East, they have a full awareness of this. So there will be some shifting and shaping of economic alliances, in my opinion, in the months to come because of this savage attack against Iraqi and Iranian military personnel within Iraq. This could be a game changer. I've heard analysis that at the very least, the white-haired generals and the men of cloth in Tehran are going to make sure this president becomes a one-term president. Just like the effect that they had in Carter's presidency, being limited to one. These are all possibilities. But we also have to be we have to be sober and say just because there's a Democrat going to be coming to office that things are not going to change, that things are going to change. This is a fallacy. There's long-term policies that are enacted in think tanks in Washington towards the entire Middle East, and these people, for most part, are very much affected by the Zionist lobby, or in many cases, they are the Zionist lobby. And Hillary Clinton was on record saying that we get our direction, or we get our assignment, or we get our lead from up the street from the Council on Foreign Relations. I mean, that to me was an astounding confession of who really determines foreign policy in this country. And of course, the international financiers, how they're trying to wreck the whole world, and they're profiting from one war after the other. I wrote a paper not too long ago talking about the Rothschild influence across the Middle East after the fall of the Ottoman Empire. And we identified a lot of these financial woes being manufactured by outside entities. One of the things Saddam Hussein did, and I'm not approving of this in any means, it was that he expelled a lot of Iraqi Jews. He thought of them as a fifth column within Iraq. Now, many of them are regular citizens. They were more Iraqi than they were, wanting to be Israeli. But he was cognizant of the destructive role of Zionists across the region. And Wesley Clark was right, when he declared that they want to have one failed nation after the other. That is their goal. Why do they insist on this? Is because these nations, not only if they're managed correctly, politically, economically, socially, environmentally, if they're managed correctly, there's tremendous potential. So unfortunately, Washington sees this as a threat. This is going to boomerang to us. It already is. And try to create one failed state after the other. There are people who go as far as saying Iraq might already be a failed state. The geographical integrity of Iraq, it could be under question. I don't even like to use the word the autonomous region of Kurdistan. The correct term is northern Iraq.
Right.
When you start with these autonomous regions, that is what they're trying to do all across the region.
Sure. Okay, Professor Azadigan, I'd like to thank you for your contribution. That was Professor Alexander Azadigan there. We also had Gordon Duff, the senior editor at Veterans Today. Dear viewers, if you're just joining us, this is the Million Man March that was called on by the senior popular cleric Muqtada Sadr in the aftermath of the United States assassination of Lieutenant General Qasem Soleimani, the commander of Iran's Islamic Revolution Guards Corps Quds Force, and the deputy leader of the Iraq's popular mobilization units, the Hashd al-Sha'bi, Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis, at Baghdad International Airport 3 weeks ago. Let's bring in Sayyid Mohsen Abbas. He's a journalist and commentator, and he joins us out of the British capital, London. Mr. Abbas, now the Iraqi protesters have heeded the calls of their political leaders, and they've heeded. Will the United States heed the call of the Iraqi protesters and Iraqi political leaders and the Iraqi government and the Iraqi parliament, for that matter, which has called for the expulsion of its forces and its troops from its country?
Pressure without necessarily losing hope, because other than this, what other option do they have? They can go to the United Nations. The Iraqi government is taking it.
Okay, Mr. Sayyid Mohsen Abbas, appears that we have some technical difficulties with the audio there. We'll try and get that fixed ASAP and get Sayyid Mohsen Abbas back. Let's see if we have... Edward Corrigan is an international human rights lawyer. I believe he's with us as well. Mr. Corrigan, It's a pleasure to have you on Press TV again. Now,
My pleasure.
Yeah, you're welcome, Mr. Corrigan. I don't know if you're seeing the sights on our screens on Press TV, the masses of people still trying to make their way to the protest site to attend the Million Man March to call for the expulsion of U.S. forces from their country. If I can, just the similar question that I had addressed to our previous guest, do you think the United States is watching these scenes, watching this Million Man March? Will they heed the call of the demonstrators to leave their country? And will they heed the call of the Iraqi parliament and the Iraqi government?
Well, it's a very good question. And with Donald Trump in charge, it's almost impossible to gauge how he's going to react to this. Obviously, it's a unanimous decision of the Iraqi parliament to require the Americans leave the country. The Americans have broken the agreements that they had, which allowed them in the country in the first place. And if you want to anger an entire nation, you commit acts, atrocities and assassinations on your country for an important visitor who's in from Iran. And of course, the Americans killed the second-ranking commander of the United Popular Forces. And if this was done in any country, you're just going to enrage the population and make them hate you. If they don't already hate you enough, they're going to hate you more. But people who might have been saying that Americans were a stabilizing force, this is going to throw it out. If I were to advise the Americans, if you want to piss off everybody and make sure that they're angry at you and hurt your reputation and hurt your standing in the Middle East, I would do exactly what Donald Trump is doing, because it's a crazy policy. And the Americans, like, they live in their own little isolated cocoon. An example is an American diplomat's wife killed somebody in London, England, and the Americans are refusing to extradite this person, saying that she's covered under diplomatic immunity, which I think is absurd. The diplomats are under the immunity, but doesn't extend to family members. And this again is going to, be a very sore point and enrage the population in England against the Americans. But the Americans are consistent. They make statements. Pompeo made statements that maybe now the Americans would assassinate, Russian and Chinese leaders. Okay, and this gives them the authority for it. And they've also threatened the new leader of the Islamic Republican Guards in Iran. And this is clearly irrational behavior. It's totally insensitive to the countries that they're supposedly dealing with and working with. And the Americans are trying to destabilize the situation. There's reports that they're bringing back ISIS into Iraq and trying to reestablish the Islamic State insurgencies against the Iraqi population and Iraqi state. And this might give them a pretext or an excuse to help them stay in Iraq. But this is very destructive policies. They're not fooling anyone. And it's like they're designed to antagonize the population and hurt the situation in the United States. Whether they listen to this or not, eventually I think they may be, pushed out, because there already are a number of attacks against the American forces. But this could escalate, and I think the Americans are behaving in a totally irresponsible manner and are deaf to the wishes of the people in the Middle East. And they've done other things too, like they're talking about recognizing, moving the embassy to Jerusalem and is one factor. Now they're saying they're going to recognize Israel's theft of the settlements in the West Bank and do other things. This is all, you're like throwing a hand grenade, or actually multiple hand grenades, into a big pool of nitroglycerin, and then you pretend that you're surprised when it all blows up.
Okay, Edward, stay with me. I believe we have Sayyid Mohsen Abbas back. Mr. Abbas, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Now, Mr. Abbas, do you think the United States is watching this Million Man March, and what do you think the reaction would be of the United States? They claim to be bringing democracy to the region. This is the democratic will and the democratic call of the people of Iraq, of the Iraqi nation, that they want the expulsion of American forces from their country.
don't think America has a track record of necessarily going into foreign nations to support their democracies. I think all the record shows that they go in primarily to secure economic interests and resources, usually at the expense of the indigenous people. I mean, whether that's the Venezuelan color revolution you want to look at that they instigated, or any others in recent memory. Of course, in Iraq, it's very hard for them to extricate their illegal involvement now, because they've got a lot invested in there. There's a lot riding on their presence for not only themselves, but also their transnational corporation masters in the background, and as well as, of course, their Israeli counterparts who want to balkanize that region. That's the prime reason that America is there. The third reason is, of course, they want to avoid China and perhaps Russia as well getting a greater grip. The other obvious reason that is the ongoing terrorism against the Islamic Republic of Iran, which they're engaged in through Iraq. They have to continue launching their spy missions, their various other instigations like ISIS. So they're so deeply embedded in Iraq, and Iraq is so crucial to their conflict creation within the Middle East that it would be very hard to sort of get them to leave. They are now essentially an occupying force. They're illegally in a country where the parliament has asked them to leave, and they've refused. They're illegally occupying vast tracts of that territory through proxies, even in the north of Iraq, where they've managed to get a cushy relationship with the Kurds, and occupying oil wells, controlling vast regions where they say they're supposed to be tackling ISIS, and have never really displayed any evidence of doing so. It brings in the whole question of the legitimacy of America's actions in the Middle East, its presence in the Middle East. The international community at the moment seems to be powerless to stop them. So even if the Iraqis go to the United Nations, yes, they can get some pressure going, but ultimately I think that if the Iraqi people, either through their physical democratic marching, etc., which will begin to put the pressure on the Americans, or it's going to be the other way, which is the popular mobilization units and other forces in Iraq actually physically committing to removing the Americans, a process which has also begun already, I have to say, because the U.S. Embassy has been the subject of a number of rocket attacks over the last couple of weeks, and that is just a warm-up. I don't think that the American stay in the region is tenable, certainly not in the medium or long term, but they're going to do their best to stick around. They've been inducting forces from all over different areas of the world back into the Middle East. I mean, they have something like 168,000 troops along with the British in that region, dozens and dozens of bases, military bases. There's even talk now of the Americans bringing in the Patriot missile system into Iraq. All of these things are now, of course, illegal action according to international law, given that the Iraqi parliament has formally asked them to leave, and yet they're refusing to do so.
Right. Mr. Corrigan, said Mr. Abbas there raises a very important point, and you're an international human rights lawyer, so I guess you can perhaps explain this to us with better analysis, in the sense that you're seeing large, as we speak, large demonstrations. There's one road which leads up to Baghdad University, is a very long road, and you can't see the end of it. The sea of people, you can't see the end of that road. But referring to Mr. Abbas's point that now the United States has violated Iraq's sovereignty. They have violated the security agreements between Baghdad and Washington. They are rejecting the calls by the Iraqi parliament, by the Iraqi government, and as you can see, by millions of Iraqi people to leave the country. they are now essentially an occupying force, are they not?
I would agree. There's no, legal justification under international law for what the Americans have done and their presence. And of course, you must have the agreement of the host country, and they violated the agreements. And you have, millions of people protesting and expressing the will of the Iraqi people. But, Donald Trump is I think blind and tone deaf to all of these sort of actions. But I suspect the American military must be very, very concerned, because they've got, I think, 5,000 troops in Iraq, but they're very vulnerable. And, if I were to talk to the Iraqis, I would say, cut them off of water, cut them off of power, cut them off of, of food, put maximum pressure on them. But I also expect that groups that are opposed to the American presence, as they've done over the last few days, will, lob a few, missiles or mortars at the American bases and be very, untenable for them. And these bases are overextended. Unless they have this, the permission and the support of the government and, if not the majority of the people, many people, they're vulnerable and they can't really defend themselves. But the Americans say, oh, we're going to bring in Patriot missiles now, without even seeking the permission of the Iraqi government. And again, this is a violation of the agreements and also a violation of Iraqi sovereignty. So, this is, I think absurd, but there's going to be, a lot of pressure, and the Americans that are in Iraq, the soldiers, are going to be very vulnerable. And of course, the U.S. State Department warned and asked all the Americans to get out of the country because this was escalating. And, there's no legal justification for this. This is just like an occupier and a thug trying to push his weight around. But, with the opposition to it, and, it's only designed to antagonize the population. And the people that are benefiting from this are, of course, the Russians and the Chinese and the Iranians, for that matter. So this is a very, very strange way to, win friends and influence events in Iraq when you're doing everything that seems to bring about the opposite result.
Yeah, Mr. Abbas, again, Mr. Corrigan raises an interesting point. There's a source from the Iraqi Prime Minister's office that said the Iraqi caretaker Prime Minister has rejected calls from the United States to purchase weapons and hardware from Russia and China. Essentially, Iraq pivoting towards the east as opposed to the west. But I think the word here is stability. When you assassinate the leaders of the military commanders that brought stability to Iraq, it makes America a destabilizing power in Iraq. So, and you can see it there. The anger of the people chanting anti-American slogans. I'm sure this is going to be played out in Western mainstream media. You've got a big slogan on the platform where people are making a speech that says, "America, get out." The message is very clear. The Americans are bringing instability to the country, are they not?
They absolutely are bringing instability. They're doing it very consciously. I don't think it's just a question of Donald Trump carrying out this policy. I believe the infrastructure of America and the actual the industrial military arm complex is all geared towards creating this conflict and this tension. And they are going to continue. This the blowback, of course, has begun. Seeing all the sea of people turn out is definitely going to send reverberations. It's definitely giving a very clear and loud answer to the Americans who've been trying to assert that actually Iraq is upset with, or the Iraqi people are in some way upset with the government. Just prior to the murder of the leader, the deputy leader of the Popular Mobilization Unit, Mahdi Mohandes, they actually were conducting color revolutions within Iraq. You'll remember there were people who were upset about the unemployment, upset about the conditions of the economy, of which many were perhaps genuine, but actually the vast majority, it turns out, were Iraqis who were being paid to turn up by American money, through the use of United Arab Emirates money, in order to create tension and problems. And it's interesting how as soon as they murdered Mr. Mahdi Mohandes, it's actually unified so much Iraq. You can see that on the streets today, that it's actually rallied together the people of Iraq. It's acted as a trigger to start pushing back against the U.S. Policies in Iraq, which were primarily to divide it. First of all, it's not on sectarian grounds, but remember, they've been trying to push the Shia-Sunni line, trying to sort of split away the Sunni tribes and try to buy off people and to pump them up. They've tried to divide them on ethnic lines by saying that they're Kurds and they're Iraqis and, you know, various other identities, ethnic identities. They've tried to divide them by unleashing ISIS, their proxies, ISIS from the north, with surprise attacks, which evidently the Americans couldn't detect with all their modern shiny, sophisticated technology, which Donald Trump is telling us. That shiny technology has gone largely to try and establish the United States' hold on these people, and I think the people are fed up. They now are turning their attention to the real culprit in the region, which is America, hand in hand with Zionist intentions for the balkanization of the entire Middle East up to the Euphrates. Iraq comes under the Yinon plan of the Israelis, which they've been trying to effectively implement. It's not just their influence in Palestine. They certainly have their hands in Iraq. The Israeli army, let's not forget, has been bombing even inside the territory of Iraq indiscriminately. They've actually been attacking the popular mobilization units themselves, although they stay under the radar and the attention is all on the Americans. The fact is that it's the Israeli Mossad forces, it's the Israeli push within the lobbies of Congress and within Capitol Hill, which is causing most of this conflict. So Israel is at the heart of Iraq's problem as well. I mean, the Americans, I don't think, would have gone this far unless there was an insistence from two forces. One is the money men who make money out of arms and oil, of course, and the second is the Israeli military and the Israeli intelligence services. All of these powers are the real culprits behind this. America is a stooge which has a large power. Donald Trump has been brought in as a kind of almost as a disruptive force, which can kind of do this thing, and they can all blame Donald Trump. Actually, systemically, you know, the United States is an imperialist entity. It's a force which needs to review seriously its entire systemic infrastructure, which is geared towards, of course, imperialist hegemonic intentions. And so I think the Iraqi people are now at the forefront, and unfortunately, yet again, Iraq has been chosen as the battleground for this. It'll be Iraqi blood, sadly, which is going to have to pay for the exit of America. Of course, the Iraqis have paid in blood for over 30 years and longer. They were pushed into a war which actually most of the people probably didn't want against Iran back in the 20th century when Saddam was around. 7-8 years they bled. The Iraqi people were bled as much as the Iranians in a war which was instigated again by the foreign powers to try and bring down the Islamic Revolution of Iran. Since then, the Americans have not stopped bleeding Iraq. And I think the people of Iraq are quite frankly saying enough is enough. The Iraqi blood, the blood of the Arab people in that region is as valuable as any other human blood in the world. And the fact of the matter is that every time you see an attack in the West upon an American, if you like, base or somebody's killed from this part of the world, there's a hue and cry in the West, and there's almost a sort of right to supremacist nationalistic kind of fervor which gets whipped up because of those deaths, and usually they're apportioned to ISIS. ISIS often just seems like any other Arab individual. There's no distinction in America about ISIS and ordinary people in the East, I don't think. And I think that most of them who are ill-educated about world politics simply give the okay to America to carry on doing indiscriminate fighting on the back of this so-called war on terror. It actually is a war of terror on that region. So quite frankly, the Americans need to leave. There's no need for them to be there anymore. The Iraqis dealt with ISIS and the threat, which actually was supposed to be the reason why the Americans had come back into the region officially, was not dealt with by the Americans by any means. It was dealt with by the Popular Mobilization Unit, who they are now actually killing. It's now the Americans and the Israelis who are in a combination killing Iraqi citizens, Iraqi soldiers, Iraqi men and women and children, and they have no remorse. What they're saying very plainly is, we're not leaving. We're here because we want to take care of the oil. It's a repayment. I mean, the audacity of Donald Trump to say that he wants repayment for his services to Iraq. Well, what are his services? The services of the nation are that they unleash a force known as ISIS, trained, funded and financed by his axis or his government's axis, or the previous American government's axis, at least Obama, and prior to that they unleashed Al-Qaeda. So the game is up. We all know now who really pulls the strings of these mercenary forces which are paid handsomely for their terrorization of the Middle East. We know it's America. We know that the connections there. Hillary Clinton admitted it. Donald Trump himself admitted that it was Obama's regime that unleashed ISIS. And yet here he is, a man who promised to leave the Middle East. He came in on the vote to leave the Middle East. And what he's doing actually is even worse than his predecessor. He's actually occupying Iraq illegally and threatening them with more of his shiny weapons. They've had 5,000 American soldiers killed so far in that region. I rather suspect there are going to be a lot more body bags and body count of American soldiers before they actually decide to pull out their 82nd Airborne Division, Airborne Division in Kuwait, or the various other forces that they've got dotted around that region. It probably will have to be military action, which ultimately will force America to leave.
Right, again, very interesting points, valid points you raised there, Mr. Abbas. If anything, Trump saying that he's got $32 billion of Iraq's money in US accounts, which he says that he'll hold on to. But if anything, as you pointed out, it should be the opposite way around, that the Americans should compensate the Iraqis financially for the death and destruction that they've caused. As we speak, it's amazing that people are still large crowds on the bridge, on other points, the starting points of this march, that they're trying to get to reach the site of the actual site of the demonstration. Now, Mr. Corrigan, the United States, where's the legitimacy here? I mean, it can't stand in front of the international community, in front of the United Nations, and says it has legitimate reasons to be in Iraq after this kind of demonstration, this million-man march. It'll be kind of a bit embarrassing for the United States, would it not, to say that it has legitimate reasons to still maintain its presence in Iraq?
Well, I agree completely. It's a total embarrassment and a total, it's a crazy policy. But and the Americans, as long as they have some support from NATO and the European allies, they will at least be able to have a fig leaf to show that they have support from other actors. But Trump and the American government is antagonizing the Europeans. They're threatening to put tariffs on their cars. The French and the Germans are threatening to retaliate. This incident with the American diplomat's wife who killed somebody in London. These are all arrogant actions that show no sympathy or no understanding for the countries that they are affecting and what their policies are causing. Somebody described the United States as an oil company with an army. And I think that's a very, very apt description. And then Trump was angry that Iraq entered into an energy agreement with China, which a few days afterwards, he said, that should have been for us. But, this is how all normal and rational people will respond. And, we talk about the recommendation or the direction from the Iraqi parliament. This was a unanimous decision. It had the Kurds, it had the Turkmen, had Shia, had Sunni, had everybody unanimously voting to demand that American troops, vacate Iraq. So this is is quite an accomplishment that the Americans and Trump has done, is he's unified the Iraqi people, which, you know, have had many, many divisions. But on this point, there's 100% unity on it. And that's something that the American military and the American government should take notice of, that their policies are not working and in fact are making the situation much worse.
Okay, Mr. As we, dear viewers who are just joining us, you're seeing this million-man march that had been called by the popular cleric Muqtada al-Sadr, and other political factions repeated their calls and called on the Iraqi people to show up on Friday, the 24th of January, to make their feelings known to the United States and to the world that they oppose the American forces' military presence in their country, and they regard it as a violation of their country's sovereignty. Now, this all comes on the backdrop of the United States carrying out airstrikes that assassinated General Qasem Soleimani, the commander of the Quds Force of Iran's Islamic Revolution Guards Corps, alongside the deputy leader of the Popular Mobilization Units. The images you see there, and there's a lot of shots, there's one of them, with people waving lots of Iraqi flags there, people dressed in white. That's a symbol of that they're ready for martyrdom, essentially ready to, if this doesn't work out, then they're going to take up arms. But I think the message is quite clear, as our analysts and observers have explained, that the US military, the United States, no longer has the pretext that it used to claim to have, that it has a legitimate right, or it has any legitimacy to be in Iraq. If I can get back to Mr. Abbas, Mr. Abbas, these kind of demonstrations, you see people there wearing white. There's a slogan there saying "Down, down with America." There's a portrait of Muqtada al-Sadr's father, Ayatollah Muhammad Sadiq al-Sadr, who always wore a white cloth, that he was ready for martyrdom during his Friday prayers in Kufa before he was martyred by the former Iraqi dictator Saddam Hussein. Now, this revolutionary spirit that we see on the streets of Baghdad, do you think this is being depicted by this large demonstration? Mr. Abbas, you there? Mr. Abbas? Okay, looks like we've lost Mr. Abbas. Mr. Corrigan, if I can get back to you. Mr. Corrigan, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Yeah, Mr. Corrigan, we're seeing this revolutionary spirit on the streets of the Iraqi capital. Is that the message that you're getting as well?
Yes, that's the message I'm getting and also seeing. I think a lot of people in North America, especially in the United States, were surprised with the the outflowing of grief and anger with regard to the assassination of General Soleimani, and that was it both in Iraq and in Iran, and you had millions of people protesting, and I think they were saying, oh, Soleimani's hated, but the facts on the ground and the pictures that were coming out showed that what the Americans were saying was a lie and wishful thinking at best. So it's very, very powerful presence. But the North American and American media in particular say, "Oh, Soleimani's a terrorist. He was planning things." But they kept changing the story. In the end, the latest saying, "Oh, Soleimani said some bad things about the United States." So initially he was planning active attacks, but this has been proven to be a lie. And if they were to to assassinate everybody who said nasty things about the United States or criticized their policy, there wouldn't be very many people left in the world. There would be, you're talking about millions, if not billions, of people who are criticizing American policy. But again, they're deaf to this, and they're only fixated on their own, political interests, and maybe the political interests in the United States in the upcoming election. And Donald Trump is doing these actions to distract people away from, the impeachment and other problems that he's having. And this is it's an old strategy. In fact, Donald Trump said that he was expecting that Obama was going to start a war with Iran in order to win the next election. And now even though he criticized that in the past, he's actually, following the same policy himself. But it's, I guess if you put a camera in front of a microphone in front of Donald Trump, he'll just start saying everything, and he just can't keep a secret, and just lets you know what's going on in his mind, which is in some respect refreshing, but also frightening when we see it.
Well, we can't say, the Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, whose people, observers have referred to him as more of a warmonger than Trump himself. Do you think somewhere in the establishment of the United States, some wise minds would see these pictures and see that this is the start of a movement against the expulsion of US forces, and say, you know what, let's pack up our bags and leave whilst we've got the chance?
Well, if you're addressing me, I mean, the fact is that Donald Trump came in on this promise to the American people. He was elected on the promise that he was going to pull out their military from the Middle East. He's lied. He's failed to do that. In fact, he's accelerating American involvement in the Middle East. He hasn't pulled out of Afghanistan. He's not pulled out of Iraq. He's certainly not pulled out of Syria either. And so, in fact, he's boasting that he's spent $2 trillion on a military equipment, which is the biggest and the best in the world, he keeps telling us, and that he's very much prepared to use it as well. I think that a lot of it is, of course, bluster, but what's really forcing him and his American, advisors to make sure that America doesn't leave is that 99% of Iraqi government oil revenue economic revenue comes from oil. They know that. They want their hands on that. They don't want to let go. It's really so lucrative to them that they really probably are being told that you have to continue using this land, this airspace, the water of Iraq, the oil of Iraq. There will be other factors. Of course, the Americans do realize that there's the rise of the Eurasian powers, if you like, Iran, Russia, and China, and the increasing alliance there. It includes Iraq within that, if you like, alliance in a very big way. Iraq stands right in the middle of that entire region. In fact, a lot of the oil pipelines that come even from the Bars Field are said to be channeled through Iraq and then Syria, and this was one of the early reasons why the Americans and the West also came in to make their interventions, not to stop ISIS, but actually to secure their own oil interests. What they actually wanted was pipelines which were running through areas which they totally controlled, totally dominated. They of course lost out in Syria, and they lost out in Iraq as well. So their response has been to cause chaos, to try and create as much chaos, to try and buy up people, to create insurrections, to cause more civil war within Iraq unnecessarily. But what response they received is that the first indication they should have got was when Ayatollah Sistani gave his edict for the mobilization of ordinary Iraqi patriots to fight against Iraq, which he did, and 130 to 140,000 of those people answered the call, and they were formalized into the Popular Mobilization Unit, which came to bolster the Iraqi army, who was supposed to have been trained by
Just bear with me 1 second, Mr. Abbas. Bear with me 1 second. We're seeing images here of the bridge where this is the beginning of the route of the procession, of the march, the minimum, and you can see the crowd there. It's a very large crowd, and that's the beginning of the of the march towards Baghdad University, which is the end of the march, we saw drone footage towards the along the route of the march, which showed massive crowds. But this is even larger, so it really is a million man march, as you would put it. So yeah, Mr. Abbas, go ahead.
Yes, I mean, it's incredible. I mean, you see this kind of march taking place at Arba'in. The Iraqis are not amateurs at conducting marches. Around 20 million people gather between Najaf and Karbala annually, as you all know, and those marches are usually the greatest shows of charity on this planet. The Iraqi people who participate in those are not some kind of barbaric society. They're the people of the cradle of the civilization of the world. This is where the world emanated in terms of its cities. And these people have hopes, they have desires, they have needs, they have ordinary children, generation upon generation, which has been attacked by American invasion upon invasion. The reality is that the hearts and minds of the Iraqi people have become awakened now. I think this absolute last straw of killing Mahdi al-Muhandis and Lieutenant General Soleimani is now acting as a blowback, which you can see manifested in millions of people, perhaps, who are now swarming this march. And I think this is just the first indication that the people's voice will be heard. I think it's sad also that the Americans have played a massive part in making sure that the Iraqi democracy couldn't take root. Most of the problems actually behind the scenes within the Iraqi government, which were objected to by the poor ordinary people of Iraq over this last couple of decades, was caused by American gains. They've been trying to create sectarianized democracy. They've been trying to create ethnically orientated democracy, one that couldn't really function adequately and was open to corruption. They flooded a lot of these people with money. I mean, those people, for instance, those MPs, right now I ask the question, those Iraqi members of parliament, it didn't turn up for the vote to extradite or extricate America from Iraq. That 176-man vote was also matched by a lot of people, a lot of MPs, largely from the Kurdish side of Iraq, who didn't turn up. So why didn't they turn up? Why are these people not doing the obvious, which is standing up to American, if you like, a violation of Iraqi sovereignty? There are people within that Iraqi political elite who have been bought off by the Americans, who've had money in their pockets and who've got their interests aligned against Iraq and rather more towards their own sort of regional or their own sort of personal financial, incentive-based voting. So that needs to be rooted out. I think that whilst Ayatollah Sistani represents a noble figure, a figure of genuine Iraqi national pride and one of actual sort of humanity and actual trying to constantly unite people, whether they're Shia or Sunni. You've got other forces in Iraq who are being instigated and funded and financed by this American money to do the exact opposite. I think the Iraqi people will have got wise to it. You can see this in the throngs and the multitudes that have turned out. I can't see any of these multitudes objecting to the economy or the problem. They're objecting to the American occupation of Iraq. That's what we have. We have the illegal occupation of Iraq by a foreign military force, which is no longer welcome, but still insists on staying. And the Iraqi people are peacefully turning out today to show the world that actually, look, this is just not on. No other nation in the world would tolerate this kind of violation of its sovereignty. No other nation in the world would tolerate the killing of its sons, the murder of its sons by a foreign army. And no nation in the world would tolerate the kind of abuse, which is quite frankly the psychological, economic and political abuse which Iraq is undergoing. 50% of Iraqi oil revenue is the demand of the Americans. They want the revenue, they want the cut of 50%. It's probably a lot more than that as well, once you take into account all the other services which would be contracted out to Americans by force. But the Iraqi people are being held for ransom. The Iraqi nation is being held for ransom by the U.S. imperialist war machine. And they're saying, if you don't pay up, we're going to destroy you. That's literally what Donald Trump's done. This is mafia talk. This is gangster talk. This is not the language of a civilized nation. And if Donald Trump thinks that he's representing a nation of civilization, well, where does threatening an entire people with cutting off their resources, drug supplies, medicine supplies, humanitarian aid, a nation already on its knees with hundreds of thousands of orphans who need to be looked after all these wars, hundreds of thousands of widows that need to be looked after all these menfolk have been killed in war upon war during these invasions. Millions of poverty-stricken Iraqis can point their finger straight at America for all of this mess, and they would be right in pointing the finger because the Americans are responsible for this mess and this atrocity. It's a genocide. What the Americans have committed in Iraq is nothing short of genocide, and that's what it should be called out as. Only yesterday, Myanmar was pulled up by the International Court of Justice, or certainly the international courts are now on the International Criminal Court, I think. And at the same way, the Iraqis need to go. They need to go to these international criminal courts of justice, and they need to put their case forward, and they need to get compensation, demand that the Americans pay up for all of the wreckage that they've caused in Iraq, and they first of all need to get the United Nations to get a backbone and actually declare the American occupation of Iraq as such. They need to get that side of things going on the ground. The people need to continue their demonstrations. The U.S. Embassy now is an illegal occupying force or patch in Iraq. The U.S. bases are illegal, and they need to be removed by hook or crook. And I think the Iraqi people have voted with their feet. They're turning out today in blistering heat, no doubt. They're turning out to say one thing: go home, Americans. The Yankees need to go home.
Unbelievable scenes in the Iraqi capital, Baghdad. Mr. Abbas there saying Iraq being an ancient civilization. The words behind the speaker there saying Iraq is the land of the prophets, no space for foreigners. Now, Mr. Corrigan, what does this tell us about Iraqi unity? In the sense that many observers and analysts had previously stated, prior to the assassination of General Qasim Soleimani and the deputy leader of the Popular Mobilization Forces, Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis, that the United States and its agents in the country and the region had tried to divide Iraqi society. But what does this kind of demonstration, where you see hundreds of thousands at the Million Man March, what kind of message does this send in respect to Iraqi unity among all sectors of Iraq's population?
As I said before, the Americans have strengthened the unity of Iraq and all the factions. It was a unanimous decision of the parliament, so there may have been some people opposed to it, but they didn't dare show up because they knew what would have probably happened to them. So this has been a very interesting exercise. And if the Americans are trying to fragment Iraq, which they have think tanks and maps and all sorts of things where they propose to fragment other countries in the Middle East, but especially Iraq. But there's one point I'd like to make. The American general in charge of the American forces in Iraq sent a letter to the Iraqi government agreeing to the withdrawal and saying that we respect Iraq, we respect its decision, and you've called for us to remove ourselves, and we will do that. And this is the commander of the American forces. And my analysis is that the American army was very angry that they were left out, basically sitting on a limb to be an easy target, because they were not informed about the assassination attempt or the assassination and also the murder of the second in command for the Iraqi Popular Mobilization Forces. And I think this was, pushback from the Pentagon and the people on the ground, that they were not consulted, they were not warned in advance, and that Israel was warned and there was a senator told, but not the American soldiers and not the American Congress or Senate. And this means that there is concern on the part of a major part of the American military there, that they don't want to be, treated lightly and put in a vulnerable situation and not consulted. So I think there's pushback from, when the commander of the American forces in Iraq sends a letter to the Iraqi government, yes, we will withdraw. That's something that had to be done deliberately. It wasn't a mistake, as they claimed afterwards, but I think it was the army sending a message to the neocons and the Trump administration that, don't do this again. You can't just take actions that are going to put us at risk and not consult us or warn us in advance. So that is another factor here that I think may end up playing an important role in the American presence there and the American departure from Iraq.
Hello, viewers. You're looking at these live images coming out of Baghdad. It's Marzia Hashimi, Edward, and Said Mohsen, as I've taken over for my co-hosts, who will be back shortly. Viewers, if you're just joining us here at Press TV, you are looking at these live images coming out of Baghdad this morning as the Million Man March has gotten started, a very early start, we must say, was expected a little bit closer to noon. However, if you've been looking at these images, you can see that Iraqi people have turned out in mass this morning. Of course, this is the Million Man March and saying no to U.S. forces in that country. And of course, this comes upon the heels of the terrorist assassination of General Soleimani and, of course, PMU Lieutenant Leader Mohandes and the people, the Iraqi people now, are taking a stance and saying no more American troops in the country. And as you can see, viewers, they have definitely shown up and are continuing to show up. And this is despite there have been actually obstacles that have put in their way in various parts of the city, from what I'm understanding, those who were trying to actually sabotage the march and make sure that people would not turn out, or made it a little difficult for them to turn out. But as you can see, they have not been successful so far. And of course, we here at Press TV are going to be following this story, continuing to following this closely. There you can look at a wider shot there out of Baghdad, the capital of Iraq, where Iraqis are turned out in mass today. Of course, this has been on the heels of that assassination that has taken place and has definitely had a major effect in Iraq, in Iran, and in the region. Perhaps one will say there's going to be two different looks, one prior this region prior to that assassination and now post-assassination, as the dynamics have definitely changed. And we're hearing and we're looking at people across this region now calling for American troops to leave the region. And I'd like to thank Edward Corrigan and Said Mohsen Abbas, and also thank you for staying with us at Press TV. Edward, excuse me, looking at these images right now, actually from above right now, we can see the image, very densely populated protests, so forth, of what we're seeing. I want to look at the significance of all of this. Now, we're talking about, it's interesting, if we look back in history, it was just, of course, for me at my age, I can say it was just. Perhaps younger people would think it's a long time ago, but it was 1988 when the war between these two countries ended. That's really not a long time ago in the whole scheme of things. And we look at countries that have been at war before, and usually there's a lot of animosity for a long period of time. Of course, that was because it was a Saddam Hussein-led Iraq, and Iraqi people themselves were oppressed under him. What we have seen since that time, and especially from the 2000s on, of course, we saw the U.S. invading Iraq and a terrible situation taking place there. And of course, then we saw the situation with Daesh terrorists and trying to take over much of the country. Every step of the way, though, the Iraqi people and the Iranian people have become closer and closer because of the cultural heritage, first of all, of what they have in common. And second of all, because especially someone like General Soleimani, who played such a dynamic role in trying to stop the terrorists. My question at the end of the day, Edward, what has been done by the U.S. Government? It seems that, as a matter of fact, it actually has helped the cause of the resistance in the long run, because it's getting these two people and other peoples of the region even closer together against a unified enemy that basically they feel has caused so much disruption in this region. How do you see it? Do I have Edward?
A very bad strategic error, in that they're bringing the the Iranian and the Iraqi people together. They're also bringing the Syrian people. They're bringing in the Lebanese, the Palestinians. There's a whole series. It's not just even one error. The movement of the embassy to Jerusalem. The theft of oil from Syria. This is really tearing the mask off of the American intervention into the area. And Trump and other American leaders have been basically acting as gangsters, trying to loot it. And from the world's perspective, this is not acceptable, and it's creating huge opportunities for Russia and China to to act in a positive way, but to make friends and to strengthen their interests and presence in the area. And the Americans seem to be doing everything to hurt themselves. So this is the Americans and Trump and their actions have been like a lightning strike to bring the people together of the region. And, if people had doubt before, I don't think there's any doubt now that the Americans are basically, gangsters trying to loot the area and prevent the development of stable, strong democracies that can pursue their own independent policy and be independent states and not be intimidated or threatened by the Americans. And I think the Russians and the Chinese are playing the game much, much better than the Americans. And the British and the French are moving in there a little bit too. But I think it's the beginning of the end of Western domination of the Middle East, especially in Iraq, but also Iran. But there's other countries involved too. You've got Yemen. I think the feudal regimes are also putting themselves at great risk.
Viewers, if you're just joining us, you're looking at these live images again coming out of Baghdad, where people have turned out in mass today. This is the day of the Million Man March that has been called by cleric Muqtada Assad and other clerics and other groups there in Iraq. And we can see that the people have answered those calls to come out and protest today. You're looking at these images right now, densely populated, that we're seeing the images, the region of Baghdad coming there for us, and actually still kind of early there. So we're continuing to watch this and see exactly as far as the number of people showing up today and continuing their calls, of course, for American troops to be taken out of Western Asia, but specifically right now we're talking about Iraq. And there you can see those split screen images there from above. And definitely people have come out in mass. Now, this is very, very significant. If we look at the situation and what has happened, as I talked about earlier, in the terrorist act that the United States committed, but at the same time, the people in this region and beyond actually becoming even closer together against this terrorist act. I'm joined right now here in the studio with Wissam, who was with you guys earlier, and we're going to be doing this together for a while and looking at the overall situation and exactly what it means that people have abided by that call. And I think we have to put it in perspective when we look at, Wissam, if we look at the situation and we look at that call, it's not just a simple call, because we have all kinds of people, all types of beliefs, of course, in Iraq. And we're talking about a situation that the Americans, anyway, they are still present in Iraq, and over the last few days have tried to intimidate people not to go. But the significance, despite all of that, despite efforts, what we're looking at on the screen today.
Absolutely. It's the natural response to when you assassinate two iconic national heroes of both Iraq and Iran, then what do you expect? You're going to expect a response, and this is the response that we're seeing today on the streets of the Iraqi capital, Baghdad. It is literally a million-man march. I mean, I've been covering the Iraq events and protests over the past few years. There have been, protests against government, lack of employment. There was the protest in Basra that broke out last year over the pollution, the water pollution, and so on and so forth. But none like this. I don't think we've seen anything like this yet. As we speak, this is the midway point of the protest, and people are still on the bridge, still at the beginning, at the start of the march, the start of the demonstrations, and there's still large crowds trying to enter, trying to reach the site of the protest site.
And there were obstacles, from what I understand, right? There were some obstacles set up that actually so people would not be able to reach the protest sites.
Right. This was meant to have kicked off at 8 a.m. local time, but for security, safety reasons, they delayed it until 9 a.m. Iraqi local time, because overnight people had set roads and the routes leading up to the protest sites on fire, setting tires on fire. And in the days prior to today, there had been scaremongering on social media and people blocking routes and so on to try and prevent people from joining these scenes that you see now, these unbelievable scenes.
And they are unbelievable. And interestingly enough, Wissam, what you were saying is that you've been covering Iraq for a while and haven't seen these type of numbers to show up this early. And I've been actually monitoring other sites, foreign sites, Western sites today. And for the most part, nothing. They have not mentioned anything of the demonstrations. And it's really interesting because we know that basically we're looking at some anti-government protests since about October on and off in Iraq. And of course, we always see that those protests are usually some of the top stories, one of the top stories in Western media, and always trying to highlight it as if the whole country has shown up to demonstrate. And then interestingly enough, that when we have a situation that a lot of people have actually shown up, basically not saying a whole lot about this. And this is interesting because we see this throughout the region. We go back to Iran just a couple of weeks ago, and we saw the unbelievable amount of people that showed up for the funeral procession of the martyrs. And it was quite unbelievable. And yet it was tried to be downplayed in Western media. And then we saw, of course, some protests after that, dealing with the airplane, whatever, that then all of a sudden was basically trying to be blown out of proportion. And this is what we repeatedly see in this region, the role of the media, basically in trying to, a situation where the people actually turn out, trying to downplay it. And then we see a situation when there are some protests, which any country can have at any time, than trying to magnify it.
Which leads you to believe who controls the Western mainstream media when it comes to events in the region, especially in Iran and Iraq. Who controls them, who's behind them, who influences them. But the significance of this demonstration is that you've got two sides, opposite sides in parliament, that oppose each other's political vision for the future of Iraq, that have now joined forces to call for the people to, which it was first called on by the cleric Muqtada Sadr, and then he controls the majority of Iraq's parliament. His bloc has the most seats, and the second largest political party in Iraq's parliament, led by Hadi al-Amari and Qais al-Khazali and so on. These forces that formed after the Popular Mobilization Forces, they dropped their weapons and they went into politics. They oppose each other in parliament, but you see after the martyrdom of Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis and General Qasim Soleimani, they've come together, and I think that's what they don't want, unfortunately, the mainstream media, as you have suggested, to Western mainstream media to show that the unity in Iraq, these people have come together. Different political factions, people from different walks of life have come together to say we don't want Iraq to be occupied by the United States. You know,
and that's the significant part of it all, because I think if we look at from 2003, from the time of the U.S. invasion in Iraq until now, we're looking at 17 years, almost 17 years, 16 and a half years right now. And what we have seen throughout that time is basically divide, continually, first of all, occupy and then divide the Iraqi people. So much tragedy has taken place in Iraq since 2003. And every time there was some type of situation of trying to get the people together, we have seen so many different plots and acts against that. Of course, the formation, though, what was key was in the fight against Daesh. Of course, when Ayatollah Sistani, and he basically gave the fatwa to form the Popular Mobilization Forces. We look at how significant that was, and it seemed that that was the beginning of trying to bring the Iraqis closer together. How do you see it?
Absolutely, and you know, again, you bring Ayatollah Sistani, and the one thing that comes to mind when it comes to Ayatollah Sistani is that he recently had surgery. He received medical treatment, and you see the statements from the U.S. Embassy.
Yes.
That said, we are so happy to hear that Ayatollah Sistani has recovered from his surgery, and we saw from Mike Pompeo as well, the U.S. Secretary of State. Well, you know, many Iraqis are very angry at that very statements from the U.S. Embassy and from the U.S. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, because Ayatollah Sistani is the one who formed, as you said, the Popular Mobilization Forces, which was headed by no other than the deputy leader of Iraq's Popular Mobilization Forces, Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis, who the United States assassinated.
Right.
And now they are paying their respects to Ayatollah Sistani. The irony of it all is really unbelievable. It's crazy.
Well, it just seems like it's a continuation of, again, as I said, since being there.
Disunity.
Yes, disunity, being divisive, because, of course, the United States knows that if they basically praise a particular leader in this region, it doesn't make it particularly good from the resistance perspective. So believe trying to play that role and trying to be as divisive as possible in dealing with the situation. And I think it also talks about, we have to look at basically what this comes back to is the significance that religion plays in this region and religious leaders play in this region. And no matter how much that is tried to be downplayed by various entities, I mean, that's the foundation. And that's one of the foundations that bring the, for example, Iraqi people and Iranian people even closer than they have been. And of course, it's even beyond that, because if we look at this line of resistance and we look at, for example, Syria, we know that these same forces of like General Soleimani and others, they not only played a significant role in, for example, Iraq, and those, if you want to say, who had similar religious perspectives, but also in Syria, in Christian towns, saving churches. So it's about that fighting against oppression, standing up for the oppressed. And I think that is key, and why we have seen this outpour of emotion throughout the region, because people understand that and they know what has taken place.
It's the same idea. You know, Iraq follows an ideology which happens. Iran follows the same ideology as Iraq. They follow the same ideology, the ideology of Imam Hussein. Okay. And that's the ideology of peace, the peace-loving ideology, which is the complete opposite of the Takfiri ideology. As you mentioned, we saw General Soleimani saving the Christians in Syria and Iraq, and whereas the Popular Mobilization units, the Takfiri's ideology is that we kill you if you don't follow our way of thought and our way of thinking. By the way, these, just getting back to these demonstrations that we're seeing here, this is the beginning of a process that Iraqi officials say will begin by exhausting all legal and peaceful means to expel US forces. The ultimate goal is, Iranians argue and Iraqis argue, is that American troop presence in West Asia is the source of instability in this region, and they need to return home, back to where they essentially belong. So this demonstrations, this mass waves of people, crowds of people, for as far as the eye can see, is the start, the beginning of a process by using peaceful means and legal means to kick out the United States military presence in Iraq. And they want to exhaust all these possibilities, all these opportunities whilst they can, to say, if that doesn't work, then the popular mobilization units, we heard from several of their groups, such as Asa'ib Ahl al-Haq or the Al-Nujaba group. These are the forces that defeated Daesh. They're saying, well, if this doesn't work, then we're going to have to resort to a forceful way of kicking out the United States, to remove the United States military presence in the country.
Okay.
You can see there people wearing the white shrouds, white clothes. This is the symbols of that they're ready for martyrdom.
Yes, if it takes that, they are ready to give their lives. Well, let me get, we still have our guests with us, and I'd like to welcome another one, Mick Napier out of Edinburgh. Of course, we have Edward Corrigan out of Ontario and Said Mohsen Abbas out of London with us. Thank you so much for being with us and staying with us. Let me just ask Said Mohsen this particular question. Said Mohsen, you heard Wissam here and talking about basically this is a process. This is the beginning of demonstrations and trying to, from legal and peaceful ways, and demand that the U.S. Leave their country. However, if the United States does not listen and do not remove their troops, then the Iraqis will be forced to use other means, perhaps with the PMU forces. Your take on all of that? Do you see the United States removing their troops as they're being asked to do so?
I think they're going to pull it out drag it out as long as they can. I think the Iraqi foreign minister has already turned to the UN Security Council for the presenting of the case of the violation of the sovereignty of Iraq. And I think that is a process which is very much on the way, and it will be continued. But it's not enough for Muqtada Sadr, and the most powerful man within the parliamentary or the political scene at the moment, it seems. He promised the million man march or million person march, and he's come good on that promise. He's done it with the alliance of the other elements, all the other elements of the Iraqi opposition to American occupation of their land. And I think now this tells the lie to something you mentioned quite well earlier on, the idea of Western fake news, the idea of a propaganda campaign against Iraq and Iran and against the resistance activists in the Middle East. This propaganda campaign is actually full-on hybrid warfare. It's part of that hybrid warfare which is being conducted against the people of that region by the Western politicians. They won't let this news into the mainstream media because it doesn't suit the politicians and the political agenda that they have out in the Middle East. They can't have the people, rallying around these kinds of popular, uprisings which don't suit their interests. They won't even talk about the yellow vests in France. That doesn't get talked about in the British press, for instance. So you can see there is a very, very concerted campaign by the people, the powers that be in the background that want to upset the Middle East. But the thing is, they can't do anything once the people are united. And this is what's so encouraging about what we see on the streets today. That actually once the people of that region become steadfast and understand clearly who the enemy is, what the actual political objectives of these foreign powers is, then it's a lot easier for them to be able to kick out these kind of these malign forces. The truth is that it's the Iraqi people and it's the Iraqi politicians and the Iraqi leaders that need to, manifest the kind of unity that they're showing today on a consistent basis to make sure that the blood of the martyrs, and this is something, a quote I'm going to give from the senior commander of the PMU, Shahid Mohandes, who said that the Kataib's response after the killing of the initial, forces of Kataib Hezbollah, which was carried out, he said the blood of the martyrs will not be in vain, and our response will be very tough on the American forces in Iraq. Well, God rest his soul, he is in a better place now, and our prayers are with Shahid Mohandes, but actually don't his words ring true? What you're seeing on the streets today is the very expression of the kind of the love of the blood of the martyrs, and it's not going in vain, because the killing that the Americans have conducted, the extrajudicial killings, the assassinations, the murders, are now it's payback time, and the blowback has begun already. And I think that those martyrs, Muslims believe that the martyrs never die, and they are part of any movement that continues on. And I dare say that those martyrs are very much within this Million Man March, and they are very much at the head of this Million Man March, and they are coming back to basically exercise their vengeance on Americans. And at the moment, that vengeance is in people marching with their feet, and one hopes that the Americans do see sense. The trouble is, what's blinding the Americans is partly Israeli and Zionist machinations and strategies, and they're desperate not to allow Iraq, Iran, Syria to unite, nor Lebanon. They don't want this unity across the Middle East because it means the end of their tyranny. But the other reason why the Americans are blinded is that Iraq has the fifth largest oil reserves. It's the existing reserves of 143 billion barrels. It has 50 to 200 billion barrels which are undiscovered. The Iraqi National Oil Company was totally dominated by these Americans, extorting like a mafia 50% of the revenues, and that game is now looking like it's very much over, but it's that revenue which the Americans have left behind their soldiers and their troops to guard, both in the north of Iraq, particularly where they have a little bit more leverage with the Kurds. And I think it's uprooting them. Obviously, it's not going to be an easy task, but at the end of the day, if the people move with them, there's nothing that the Americans ultimately will be able to do. If the Iraqi people unite and kick out this kind of military shiny equipment and kick out these soldiers, the Americans will be forced to either up the ante by re-releasing ISIS, perhaps, maybe that's something they may do, or they may have to intervene militarily on a much larger scale. Either way, they're going to get embroiled in a war that they cannot win, because these days you cannot occupy nations. You cannot be a colonial power anymore. They were doing it through their proxies. If that fails, the Americans will have to leave.
Okay, thank you so much, Said Mohsen. Viewers, if you're just joining us, you're looking at these live images today coming out of Baghdad. We have split-screen images there. And, of course, this is the Million Man March out of Iraq this morning. Now, that had been called by various clerics, but especially Muqtada al-Sadr. Of course, there's an alliance. There are other groups that also joined in and requested that people turn out today, basically to show that the Iraqi people do not want American troops present on their soil. And do you have any information, Wissam, as far as the agenda of the demonstration, or is it just people showing up, or will there be speeches? Do you have any idea who's supposed to be attending? Or
well, as you mentioned, Muqtada al-Sadr was the man who made the initial call for this Million Man March. Then the popular mobilization leaders, they also repeated his call and agreed that they should. This is a good positive move to make. So Muqtada al-Sadr and the leaders of the popular mobilization units haven't always seen eye to eye.
Right. But
since the martyrdom of Abu Mahdi Mohandes, of which it's now evident Muqtada al-Sadr had the utmost respect for, And after the martyrdom of Lieutenant General Qasim Soleimani, it's now also evident that Muqtada Sadr had the utmost respect for. There is speculation that Muqtada Sadr, despite this safety and security measure, issues today, there is speculation that Muqtada Sadr is in attendance, that he's at the demonstrations.
Well, let's talk about, sorry about that, but let's talk about the safety and security measures. What do you mean? You want to expand on that?
Well, there's been a lot of violent riots in Iraq over the past few weeks, of which Iraqi officials have blamed the United States and the
inciting.
And the United Arab Emirates, not Saudi Arabia, by the way. They're saying Saudi Arabia has a role, but the biggest role here is the United Arab Emirates.
Interesting.
And the United States. The United States diplomatic missions in Iraq, Mazia, that means the U.S. Embassy, for inciting violence. They're blocking roads, they're closing schools, and they're attacking public property, public places. They're attacking positions of the Popular Mobilization Units. They're attacking positions, government positions. The government has ordered the Iraqi security forces not to use any weapons, not to fire any live rounds.
Right, because it would just spiral from there.
It would just spiral, and people were actually blaming the Iraqi security forces in the first place for the deaths of the rioters. But now that they've removed weapons, deadly, firearms from Iraq's security forces, and people are still dying. Protesters are still dying.
Right.
So it just, who's doing the shooting?
Well, it sort of puts we've seen that in other places. It sort of puts the security forces. It's very much a catch-22. They have their weapons, and if they're trying to protect the people, but if someone dies, they're blamed for it. Then if they don't have their weapons, they also can be killed, as well as the people, too. So it makes for a very difficult situation in general. I think it's significant because those demonstrations were being held at Tahrir Square. Am I correct?
Yeah.
They're in Baghdad.
Yeah.
So what can you give us an idea, location-wise, what we're seeing today, the part of Baghdad in comparison to Tahrir Square? And the significance, though, unbelievable numbers that we're looking at, though, today.
So there were fears that this million-man march would go across the route of, pass through Tahrir Square, but they changed it until the last minute. Until a few days ago, not many people had any idea where the actual route that would take place. So they changed it to avoid any security issues, and that's the security issues I'm referring to, is that the people in Tahrir Square, they've set up camps there, they've set up tents, and a lot of Iraqis are accusing them of causing havoc in the country. They're accusing them of foreign powers of backing these people. This is the source of instability in Iraq. They're causing acts of riots, vandalism, which would not be acceptable in any other country. But Iraq is being criticized. Iraqi security forces, many say, have been unfairly criticized for responding to these rioters. So, just coming back to your question, there is speculation that Muqtada Sadr is among the demonstrators. We saw footage of Hadi al-Amri surrounded by a very heavy security presence. He's in attendance, and there's speculation that they may give a speech. I've been in contact with sources, with people and sources in Iraq who say that they're 50-50. They're not sure 100% whether Muqtada Sadr and Hadi al-Amri will give speeches because of the security situation. Yeah, these rioters that have been causing riots and closing roads and highways, and these people are attacking security forces, and they've been attacking the public places of the Popular Mobilization Units.
Right.
The headquarters of the Popular Mobilization Units, and the PMUs have removed their weapons. They've handed them to the government. So when they need them, the government will give them as they would give to all the other factions of the armed forces. But so they've approached the places of the popular mobilization units, and we saw some graphic images of people in the popular mobilization units, members of the popular mobilization, being dragged out of these places and essentially being murdered on the streets of Baghdad.
It's interesting. I mean, we look at, for example,
and just to finish the point.
Sure.
This is people saying that these are the people who are occupying at the moment Tahrir Square in Baghdad. So for that reason, security reasons, that people saying Muqtada Sadr or Hadi al-Amri may not give a speech today.
Well, it's interesting what you're talking about, the security aspect of it. And if we looking at these images, obviously, there are more Iraqi people turning out today than we have seen in Tahrir Square. Meaning that they actually have the upper hand, however, in trying to avoid any conflict and trying to avoid clashes. Because they also could have just easily said the route of this demonstration is actually going to pass through Tahrir Square, being that they are the majority. But
which would have been very symbolic, you know.
Yes.
Because, well, unfortunately, it's occupied. It's occupied. It's
right. Well, and I think also they don't want to take advantage of the emotions of people on this side, because obviously, if you're coming out, this is post, of course, martyrdom of these leaders who are so loved across the region. And with this type of emotion, high emotion, and then you come across people who many perhaps would say are traitors, are working with the Americans or the Emiratis or others, that there would have been a clash, that there could have been people killed. And I think that the maturity of the decision to, as a matter of fact, avoid that, again, shows the call for unity. They're trying not for the people to be divided.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and very, very significant in general.
Yeah, and let's not take anything away from the legitimate protests that began a few months ago in October last year. These were legitimate protests over a lack of
basic
employment, basic necessities, basic needs. Which the Iraqi people had all the right to go on the streets and protest against, but those protests had been taken advantage of, and those people who led those legitimate protests at the beginning, they're no longer protesting. So
and this is the phenomena, I guess we can say, about the region, especially in dealing with Iran and Iraq.
Yeah.
If there, as I said, in any country, there are always legitimate concerns and people having the right to protest. But it's interesting in these countries, we've seen it in Iran many, many years now, when people want to actually protest for legitimate reasons, then immediately it is taken over. It is steered in a totally different direction. Instead of complaining about certain problems, then it becomes a whole attack on the establishment. Because, of course, we know that the goal of many countries, I mean, the United States has not hidden it since 1979, that one of the main goals is the overthrow of the Islamic Republic. And of course, with that being said, in Iraq right now, in seeing basically the revolutionary perspective of Iraqis, and also them calling for American forces to leave, then we see the same type of action that's taking place when, as you said, people went out for legitimate reasons to protest, but then it was taken over.
And I touched on this about 1 or 2 hours ago, that the Iraqi intelligence caught the ringleader of the individual behind the torching of the Iranian consulate in Karbala, and he admitted to having received $30,000 American dollars from the United Arab Emirates for committing that act of sabotage against the Iranian consulate. But this absolutely outweighs, in terms of numbers, in terms of figures, it outweighs even the legitimate protests that we saw in Iraq back in October. This is post January the 3rd, post the assassination of General Qasem Soleimani and the deputy leader of Iraq's PMU, Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis. This is a different era that we're living in now. this is, you're seeing the unity of Iraq, you're seeing the second uprising, what many are referring to it as the second uprising, the first uprising being the uprising against the British in 1920. This is the second uprising, everyone is calling it. This is now, we're entering a different era in Iraq. We're going to see in the not so distant future, I believe, lots of changes on the ground, and this is the start of those changes, the start of that process.
Well, it's like you said, we've had many analysts actually say the region, Western Asia, prior to January 3rd, Western Asia, post-January 3rd, is going to be a very, very different region. And I think we've already seen that. We have seen it in Iran. We have heard from various groups throughout the region, and today we're seeing it in Iraq. Let me cross over to Edinburgh and get Mick Napier in on this discussion. Thanks so much for being with us. Your take on all of this, the significance. I mean, we're seeing unbelievable amounts of people that have taken to the streets in Baghdad, and you've heard my colleague here, Wissam, talk about the various obstacles that had been implemented, actually, so people would not show up. And of course, the U.S. presence still is very real in Iraq and involved in various activities to perhaps make the people feel unsafe in showing up today. But yet, we see them turning out en masse. Mick, your take.
Well, thank you for having me. I'm speaking to you, of course, from the UK, and I'm therefore very aware of the long history of the British in Iraq. Their very sinister use of divide and rule in order to control that area and its reserves until finally they were driven out, and that role has been inherited by the US. So the huge demonstrations calling on the US to be driven out of the region is something that many of us can wholeheartedly support. There is no future for the people of the region other than division and war and the cultivation of sectarian hatreds, as long as the US has a foothold in that region. And the US, launched shock and awe against Iraq, which was a code word for devastation, in order to seize control of the assets. And the Iraqis have been living in hell ever since. They have a right to clean water. They have a right to streets. They have a right to a good life, given that they are sitting on these fantastic reserves of oil, which the world needs. But they're denied that by the US occupation and by the US cultivation of division and so on. I think anybody who knows anything about world history can look at any of the continents of the world and see that US intervention comes at a very, very high cost indeed. I mean, in some places, let's say Japan or Korea, they can leave behind stability to a degree and also affluence. But in many, many other parts of the world, they leave behind a complete devastation, Central America, South America, and so on, Africa, wherever those interventions have taken place. And the US has had to be driven out for the people there to have any hope of a decent future. The situation in the Middle East, I think, is complicated, but it's also complicated by the presence of Israel, which I view, and I think should be viewed, as an extension of US power into the region, military power, almost exclusively, because Israel doesn't really have cultural power to influence its neighbors. But that military power is a projection of the Pentagon against the people of the region. And that bond between Tel Aviv and Washington is very important, because Israel isn't like Egypt or any of the other Arab regimes which the US can have as allies. Israel cannot survive in its present form without that link to the USA. And the USA cannot have the projection of power into the region without Israel there, because America's losing. If we look at Afghanistan or Iraq or Syria or Libya, wherever the US has intervened, it has inflicted massive damage upon the people of the region. But it's losing. It has not secured its goals. In Afghanistan, it's currently negotiating with its military enemies in order to secure a withdrawal without too much humiliation. In Syria, in Iraq, very much the demonstrations today pile on massive pressure on the USA to withdraw. And American public opinion will be watching this, traumatized to a degree by defeat after defeat, and thinking, I think we need to pressurize our governments in order to pull out. So I think the main thing for Iraqis, if anyone's interested in my advice from so far away in relative safety, is that the struggle of the Iraqis to oust the American presence in the region needs to be married closely to the struggle for clean water, education, good health, and a good life for all the people of Iraq. But that cannot be achieved as long as the Americans have troops there.
Well, viewers, you're looking at these live images coming out of Baghdad this morning. Again, that this is for the Million Man March that had been called for by Iraqi cleric Muqtada al-Sadr. And of course, then along with the PMU, that they also call people to come out in mass to protest the presence of U.S. troops inside of Iraq. And as for their removal, again, you're looking at these live images coming out of Baghdad this morning. We've been talking about all morning the significance, of course, of this demonstration. And Wissam, I want to talk about that as far as the significance not only now, but where it's going to go for the goal, because you touched on that a little bit about the goal and the routes of this whole thing, that where this is taking place inside of Baghdad as we look at these images.
Right, so we said they've avoided Tahrir Square. This is the Jadariya neighborhood of Iraq. The actual march started from, they call it the two-level bridge. It's literally a bridge on top of a second bridge on top of a bridge. Mm-hmm. And they're making their way from there. And quite amazingly, as we're seeing these pictures, you're seeing people still at that bridge in Jadariya.
How far is that? I mean, just give us an idea what kind of distance we're talking about.
You're talking about maybe 10 kilometers. Mm. But given the number of people that are in Jadariya neighborhood,
right.
It's so slow to, it's like the Arba'in walk from Najaf to Karbala. It's so difficult to. Normally, when it takes you like a minute to walk for like, it'll take about 10 minutes to walk, to take 2 or 3 steps. Sure. But so it starts from the this bridge at the beginning of Jadariya neighborhood, and it ends at Baghdad University. Mm-hmm. Right. And along the way, there's a platform where they had given some speeches. We don't know if they're going to give more speeches. If they do, it could be some prominent figures.
Okay, yes, and it will be interesting to see if, because I'm sure security is an issue, of course, today, to be interesting if they will be able to give those speeches. You mentioned something, and it's amazing, again, since January 3rd, what we have seen in this region. We know that after the terrorist attack against General Soleimani and PM Lieutenant Leader Al-Mahdi Mohandes, we saw processions immediately taking place in Iraq. We saw Baghdad and Najaf and Karbala. Qazvin, yes, of course. And then, of course, then we start seeing inside of Iran, from Ahwaz, and then the various cities, Tehran, Mashhad, and of course then Yazd, and other commemorations, Qom also. But unbelievable numbers. When you talk about, you're just saying that usually when you can walk, it doesn't take that long, but it is so, just so many people that it is very hard to even move and make that way. We have seen that wave sweep across Iran and Iraq really at various times since January 3rd. And again, we're seeing it today. I think it's interesting to look at and to point out the significance, what we have heard many say. Now, these two leaders were very important while they were alive. And it seems that since their martyrdom, they are playing such an unbelievable role in pulling people out on the streets and making decisions that perhaps would have taken a lot longer to do. Perhaps we would not have seen the Iraqi people turning out today saying the American troops must go. But because of what has happened on January 3rd, it actually has expedited the process.
Yeah, these martyrs are playing a more pivotal role than when they were alive. And the myth that, you know, as you said, the procession, the funeral procession for both of these national heroes of Iran and Iraq started from Iraq, from Baghdad. It went all the way down south to Karbala, Najaf, and then crossed over to Iran, where it ended in Kerman.
Yes.
But this myth that the Iranians dislike the Iraqis dislike the Iranians and the Iranians dislike the Iraqis. We saw it at the funeral procession. The flags of Iran and Iraq being waved alongside each other. We saw it at the funeral procession in Iraq. And we saw it at the funeral procession in Iran, where you had flags of Iran and Iraq together,
Right.
being waved on one pole. And we saw it at the funeral procession that was led by the leader of Iran's Islamic Revolution, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei, where you saw the coffin of Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis draped in a Iraqi flag and the coffin of General Qasim Soleimani in an Iranian flag, one next to each other. These
Right.
were brothers in arms, and
entering the shrine in Karbala, they entered together, if you recall.
They entered it together in Karbala.
With
They
those two
entered it
flags.
together in Najaf.
Yes.
Because of the large amounts of people, obviously it got separated at some points, but it symbolizes, and I've been to Iraq several times over the past year. I haven't heard anyone there complain about Iranians. You know, from your taxi driver, your shopkeeper, they're all grateful for Iranians because Iranians they formed the largest pilgrimage out of anyone in the world to Iraq. So they improve Iraq's economy. This myth about Iranians don't like Iraqis and Iraqis they've had enough of the Iranians is propaganda unfortunately from Persian Gulf monarchies to try and drive a wedge between Iran and Iraq. But yeah, you know, the funeral ceremonies that we saw symbolizes the close ties between these two countries, and their martyrdom today, as you mentioned, as we can see now, is not, I think, what Washington had expected the reaction to be on the ground in Iraq today and Iran.
Indeed. I think you're going to have to go, Wissam, but appreciate you being with us, and perhaps you may be joining us again if we continue with this coverage. But looking at what Wissam has just said and talking about the significance, of course, of that, I want to go back to Mick. I mean, Mick, do you think a big part of this is a lack of understanding by the Americans to look at the cultural, religious, historical ties between the people of this region? Specifically, let's look at Iran and Iraq right now. When I was talking to Wissam, we talked about entering in Karbala, the shrine, of course, of Imam Hussein, the third Shia Imam, which symbolizes resistance, and entering together side by side, Iraqi flag, Iranian flag, on these on the bodies of those martyrs. Do you think there is a definite lack of understanding of the cultural ties between these two people, that the American administration just had no idea in understanding what it has done by assassinating these two heroes?
Well, it's very difficult to understand a culture at the same time as you demonize it. President Trump, but he's not alone, has been generating hostility and hatred towards Muslims many years now. And so it's presented simply as a mythical, dark, violent, terroristic force, something which is a convenient scapegoat for ruling elites in Britain, certainly, where we experience this, but also in the USA, of course. So when you do that, it's very difficult to understand that different peoples in different regions of the world, certainly in the Middle East, Iraq and Iran, can draw upon a tradition of resistance, can consider themselves to be equal to people who are citizens of the dominant empire, in this case the USA, and can draw upon those ideas in order to fuel resistance and opposition to foreign domination. It happens differently in Central America, where the same thing can happen. I mean, notoriously, the USA tried to control China. And when the Chinese, in a civil war, kicked out the faction patronized, financed by the USA, America tried to pretend that China could simply not be recognized. So there's a history of, in region after region of the world, the USA not completely failing to understand that what it's doing may temporarily create military victory, but ultimately leads to an aroused population. And the images I'm seeing on the Press TV screen today will cause great unease back in the USA for anybody who manages to watch it. Because when a population is aroused in such numbers, the days of the empire are very limited. But let's be clear, a weakened beast, a beast that understands that it's very weak, can be very dangerous. I'm looking here at a story from Yemen, and we see openly an Israeli US mercenary company openly broadcasting that they are carrying out contract killings in the Yemen. A guy called Abraham Golan, an Israeli American from the northeast of the USA, saying yes, they carry out contract killings of members of the Al-Islah party, and they have been doing this for money on behalf of the United Arab Emirates now for several years. So the empire needs chaos. It cannot make an offer to the people of the region which the majority would find acceptable, even if they wished to accept foreign domination. The US military footprint in the region, and the Israeli is in it.
Yeah, it's interesting points that you've just made, Mick, and you talked about that basically, even if as you call it, the beast is dying, it becomes even more dangerous. But I want to look at that. Edward, do I still have Edward Corrigan with me?
Government.
Okay, I've lost Edward. But staying with you, Mick, then, if we look at that situation and we look at the chaos that these entities have been causing for a long time in this region and beyond. However, what we're seeing, what it appears that we're seeing, is this awareness now of the people of the region that they feel more empowered. There are times that in situations that they feel, well, what can we do as the United States? But at this point in time, what we're looking at from my perspective in analyzing this is the people are starting to feel empowered that we can make a difference, we must make a difference, and we must stand up for our own rights. How significant is that?
Well, yes, developments are moving not in the way that Donald Trump and his military would wish. They're moving very much to weaken the US military. Look, every empire that there has ever been has claimed to be different from previous ones, that it really means the well-being of the people whom it's attacking, that it will bring in civilization against uncivilized Muslims or uncivilized local people. The racism is always there on the surface, and it simply repeats the same as has happened before. If people look around themselves today in the images that I'm seeing in the demonstration in Baghdad, they can only grow in confidence. Because the empire grows by sowing division, by making people clash with each other in order that they can clamp the more firmly on. But what is a very bad development for the USA is that the Iraqi parliament has asked them to leave. Because what I was going to say earlier was the US makes much of installing a by fair means or foul, usually violence or chicanery, and then claiming this is the government which it is entitled to deliver aid to. And it then brings in great means of violence against local people. But the Iraqi government has called on US troops to leave. And that means that they are now in the position of an occupying power. And the snarling of Trump and some of his Pentagon people to say, we will not leave until you give us many, many billions of dollars or a cut of the oil. This is the face of a mafia. And I think that, ridiculous as it may seem, the US, while it deploys massive violence, always tries to appear benign. But that mask has really completely slipped off. And it's now seen to be an occupying power against the wishes of the Iraqi government, clearly today against the wishes of the great majority of the Iraqi people, and now demanding vast sums of money before it's going to leave. So it's very much behaving like in a thing that, in a way that many Americans would simply see through the prism of a Hollywood criminal movie. But in this case, the criminal is the US government. Can I speak about 9/11? But it's a 9/11 that very few people know about. And it was indeed 9/11 in 1974 when the American government overthrew and killed the president of Chile and installed a barbaric government which proceeded to kill many thousands of people in Chile. That was a case of even the government, which was unamenable to US pressure, which resisted US pressure, was simply violently overthrown. So the Americans have a great capacity for inflicting harm. And I think it's an inspiring time to see the peoples of the region beginning to move in the way they are. But it's also a dangerous time because the USA is capable of great savagery.
Of course, you're still watching live images out of Baghdad where that so-called million-man march is going on against the presence of the U.S. forces in their country. We're hearing that this is going to continue at least for a few hours. We're just going to give you live images, whatever live images we have from the city of Baghdad. And we are speaking to gentlemen who give their contribution to the show. I have Mick Napier with me from Edinburgh, whose comments you just heard, and I'm hearing that we have Professor Kenneth Farrow out of London as well, to actually give him the floor a little bit and ask him about his reaction to today's developments. Professor Farrow.
Will be enlightened and full of hope for the people of Iraq, and certainly every single person on this million-man march is moving forward to regain their country. The occupation of Iraq is injustice and aggression, and it's not acceptable legally. So resisting the occupation is legitimate by any law. We have to remember, some people will be asking the question, well, is Iraq really occupied by the Americans? They did, after all, claim to pull out in 2011. But currently, the US has several military bases in Iraq, most of them described as forward operating bases, going back to 2003 at least. And these include contingency operating bases, contingency operating sites, combat outposts, patrol bases, logistic bases, fire bases, logistic support areas. I can go on and on. There are many of these occupying bases. So this is clear evidence that there is a network of military force by the United States that's trying to control the people. And these images and this march that we're seeing is basically the people of Iraq fighting back against this network of control that's been put upon it. We have to remember also that very recently there was the protests in the Green Zone against the U.S. Embassy in central Baghdad. This is a 10 square kilometer area which is dominated and occupied by US and other allied forces. It's in the heart of Baghdad, and it's been there since 2003. And to most people in Iraq and to most independent people around the world, what they see this is a den of spies. So the people are marching today against the occupation, military occupation, but also against the control of the political parties of Iraq by the US and by its allies. I think the Americans that will be waking up today and looking at these images, if they are indeed broadcast in the United States, they'll be very concerned because it shows something that the American government don't want, and that's the unity of the people of Iraq. And it's a unity which will be threatening to the U.S. plans in Iraq and also across the whole region. I mean, we've seen before this armed resistance to achieve the hopes of the Iraqi people. And now this is moving into a mass movement, really, which is symbolically targeting the occupiers and their agents. The other thing to say, I think, is that we have to look at some of the demands of these people on the march. I mean, what are they asking? We know that they refuse any change in the population structure. We know that there's been an attempt by the Americans from the beginning of the invasion to divide Iraq into three regions, into Kurdistan and Sunni area and Shia area. And so these images that we see is a complete and utter rejection of this attempt to divide the country as well. When people march, they march for several reasons, and we can't just put this down to a march against the occupation, although it most certainly is focused on that. There are many, many other demands that they have, and looking into this a little, we know that, for example, that the marchers are demanding compensation for the material loss by the United States. We know they're marching for a legitimate constitution and a government that's going to be free from the occupation. We know they're marching for unfair decisions and judgments and the release of all prisoners that are currently being held by the United States and other forces, including political prisoners. We know they're marching for the formation of a government that manages the affairs of the people outside the remit of the United States. So they're marching for several demands, and all these demands are something which are going to be pushed forward in the coming weeks and months. And I think this is a very important, symbolic and ground-shattering event for the American people. We know that one of the important things for any country that wants to control its affairs is to control its economic functionings. And so the maintenance of Iraq's wealth, its oil and its water, which belongs to all Iraqis and not to international oil companies and not to the military industrial complex in the United States, which is the organizations that would want to dominate Iraq. The water and oil of Iraq needs to belong to the Iraqi people. So people are marching for that as well. The other thing we need to bear in mind is that this march has come about because the international community has fundamentally and ultimately failed the people of Iraq. They failed to bring Iraq what Iraq wanted, which was peace and justice, and they've allowed the dogs of war, really, in terms of the American and the British and the other allies who invaded Iraq, to run riots in the country. I mean, ever since 2003, there's been untold damage, untold attacks, and we know that there's at least 250,000 civilians have been killed or injured since 2003, and that's by a very conservative estimate. Now, this invasion from 2003 has been described as Washington's greatest foreign policy disaster since Vietnam, which ran from 1954 to 1975. And so I think the images that we're seeing today are part of a movement that's escalating in the Middle East for the rejection of foreign invasion, for the rejection of American hegemony, for the rejection of the cultural, political, and economic attacks that the Middle East and the global South has been sustaining at the hands of the Americans for the past 100 years. And I think it's very important that Iraq has risen out of the brutality and out of the suppression and out of the violence that the whole country has been subjected to. Right. At the hands of the United States.
Sure, Professor. Of course, you counted a number of reasons why, as you imagine, this march is happening today. Perhaps there is one core reason to that all, and that's the question that I'm going to put to my good colleague Marzia Hashemi right here to tell us, to her imagination, what would be, Marzia, you think the main reason there should be one core reason to that all, that people in those great numbers are out there on the street? They must have a demand.
Right. Well, exactly. I think we have to go back to the foundation of this demonstration. And of course, it is the demand for American troops to get out of the country. And we have to look at that now. All the other demands, and of course, we saw since October various demonstrations and complaining about the lack of certain basic necessities. And of course, that still exists. But I think that for the Iraqi people that we're looking at today, who've turned out en masse, basically, what they're saying is that no matter what, no matter the difference, no matter the problems or whatever, step one for us is that American troops have to leave our country in order for us to progress. And I think that's very significant. And what I was talking earlier and mentioning to Wissam is that since January 3rd, we have pre-January 3rd, and then we have post-January 3rd Western Asia, because we see different dynamics now that are taking place. And this is the result. This demonstration that we're looking at today, had the United States not committed that terrorist act, we would not be seeing this demonstration today. Not that Iraqi people did not want the American troops out, but I think perhaps they didn't feel empowered, didn't know if they could really make a difference. Now they are adamant. Now they feel empowered. Now they know that no matter what, they're sticking to this demand and calling on American forces to leave. And earlier, what Wissam had mentioned, was this is a phase, this is a step-by-step process. This is the first demonstration. They're going to have other demonstrations and other acts trying to legally and peacefully demand that American forces leave their country. And then if not, then PMU forces will get involved and trying to make that happen. So we are seeing a different region today than we saw prior to January 3rd. And I agree with Kenneth, though. I do believe that those sitting in Washington should take notice, because when you have people who are, one, united and dedicated to certain cause, no matter what, again, if you look at these images, you will see a lot of people in white, too. In white, the white shrouds, the white shroud of martyrdom.
As if they're ready for martyrdom, and they have prepared for this for themselves for a death to that cause.
If it takes that, they are ready. Even if they give their lives, they are ready. And let me say, this is not just symbolic. I mean, we're talking about the Iraqi people. We know that since 2003, this situation has been just terrible inside of Iraq, up and down. So many people have lost their lives since the occupation of that country by the United States. And then, of course, after that, the various terrorist groups who created chaos there. So these people understand what that means when they put on that white shroud, because so many of them have lost so many loved ones. They have seen this. Again, not just since 2003 when the Americans went in, and prior to that, of course, it was dictator Saddam Hussein there who created havoc for these people. So when they wear it, they are saying that we are adamant about this demand, and we will do whatever it takes to make sure it happens, even if it takes giving our lives. And I think that that's something that Western capitals definitely, and especially Washington, D.C., should take notice of today.
Sure. Kenneth, let's get back to McNapier in Edinburgh. You've been silent for a while. Marzia right here just pointed out something, and I'm pretty sure that you also agree with it, but I want you to come in on this point as well. Do you think that today's development is something that Washington should take very good note of and be prepared for a message?
Watching these images with great trepidation. America can outgun most of its opponents militarily without too much difficulty. And even its clients, even a country like Saudi Arabia, which could not fight a serious army, can inflict tremendous damage on the people of Yemen. But it's quite different when millions of people take to the streets. In a sense, however courageous the military opposition to an American invasion in Vietnam or an Israeli invasion of Lebanon, it doesn't have the same effect upon ordinary people watching their TV screens in the USA as scenes like this that we can see in Baghdad. I mean, it won't have escaped anybody that America is very polarized. It won't have escaped anybody that this government in America has substantial popular opposition. And that popular opposition in the USA will be galvanized by these demonstrations. They will respond. They can see that when a population like this is aroused, it really means that the empire has gone too far. The American empire doesn't need to be loved, although it tries through cultural power, cultural influences, but it does need to be feared. And when the fear is broken, and we can see that that fear is broken today in Iraq, then really things have to change. And I don't think you can really understand this without asking, how was America able to maintain its influence and its control in Iraq since 2003? I mean, that's 17 years. One, it was able to find local clients. Two, it was able to intimidate local people with its overwhelming military force in 2003. Thirdly, the Iraqi army was no match for the Americans on the field of battle and melted away. But then we saw the lived experience of Iraqi people since then, and the never-ending resistance against American occupation has led to today's developments. The spark was the assassination in Baghdad airport of Soleimani and the leader of a powerful Iraqi militia. That was the spark, but the tinder must have been very dry indeed. And I think it is through the lived experience of Iraqis that the American domination of the region simply spells poverty and misery. And I think Iraqis also draw upon a long and tradition of resistance and expelling the British since the end of the First World War, where the British really tried the same tactics as the USA. The British used the most modern aerial warfare of the time, bombing Iraqis with poison gas and so on and so on. But ultimately, although they found client monarchies, the British influence was expelled by the Iraqi people. And I think it's a rerun under very different circumstances, but it's another example today of the Iraqi people showing their capacity to, against overwhelming odds, to rise in unquenchable numbers in order to throw out an imperial domination. This isn't the first time, but it looks very much as if this struggle to expel the American influence from Iraq will certainly be successful.
Professor Farrow in London, to what extent do you agree with what Mick Napier just said, as this assassination of General Soleimani and Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis on January 2nd in Baghdad was the trigger to all this that we are saying today? And despite the fact that this should not be the first time that at least the Iraqis in their hearts have wanted the U.S. troops out of their country.
Well, there's no doubt that the 3rd of January was a spark, but the spark could have come earlier and it could have come in a month's time. Nevertheless, what we're seeing now is something which will be shocking to the Americans. And I think that when we look at these images and we look at the numbers of people on the street and we look at their banners and we hear their words and we understand what they're saying, it's a simple message. It's get out now. That's what they want. They want the American troops out of the country. They want American businesses out of the country. They want European businesses and European politicians to negotiate with Iraq and not to dominate it. So simply put, it's get out now. And it's something which is shared across the whole of the region. They're saying it in Lebanon, they're saying it in Syria, they're saying it in Libya, they're saying it everywhere. Everywhere that the West, that the Americans have tried to dominate and tried to invade and invaded and cause destruction on for the past 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 years. And so when we look at these images today and we see the people of Iraq who are marching as a result of the attack on Soleimani and on others on the day and others after and others before. When we see that and we compare that to the ridiculous statements made by Mike Pompeo after the assassination of Soleimani, when he said that the Iraqi people were on the streets celebrating the fact that he'd been killed and celebrating the fact that claiming that the Iraqis didn't want Iranians to be supporting them. These images are the evidence that not just what Mike Pompeo was saying, but that every single American commentator and every single American politician has misread the situation, and they've done it purposefully. They've tried to create this image that Iraq is a country which is leaderless. They've tried to create this image that Iraq is a country which is divided, which cannot organize itself, and which needs the West to be there to run the country, to help the country. This is all fallacy. These are all lies. And these images say all of those things. These images say to the Americans, we want control of our country and we're going to take it. We want control of our oil and we're going to take it. We want control of our destiny and we want to take it. And so these images say many, many things. And if you spend time and actually look at the faces of the people, if you look at the feeling of liberation on their faces, if you read the banners, if you read the words they're using, these all say one thing. They're absolutely fed up of the Americans, and they want them out, and they want them out today.
Sure, Professor Farrow, that's a very, very good point. Actually, just you brought up the faces of people saying that they are fed up with the presence of the U.S. troops there, and also very, very important that this is a serious call by the Iraqi people. I'm going to reshape this question for Marzia right here and ask her the question. You know, this is a very interesting point that the professor just mentioned. That people this time around are serious. This is the real demand. You know, Marzia, you know better than I. It could be argued that it's not the demand of the whole Iraqi people. There are certain elements within Iraq, and it's no secret that they are asking for, you know, not the whole U.S. troops totally out of the country, a reduction, I mean, of the number of troops, different scenarios. But there should be a core demand. There should be a portion of the people that is literally more and represents the real demand of the Iraqi people, regardless of what the other groups are saying. If we are to judge and observe, which one of these two groups do you think we are to believe as to the beholders of the real demands by the Iraqis?
Well, I think we can look at the images, let the images speak for themselves this morning. When we look at the demonstrations that started in October, again, there were legitimate people out there protesting with legitimate demands. The problem that we see, Arash, in this region, as was mentioned before, is that the legitimate protests are usually hijacked. They're hijacked, they are actually, unfortunately, infiltrated and then redirected into something totally different. And this is the problem. We've seen that in Iran, and we have seen that in Iraq. We look at the numbers, just look at the screens this morning, and you see the massive numbers that have shown up. And I think the Iraqi people in general have not been satisfied with what is happening in the country, and definitely have not been overall satisfied with the United States occupying their country all of these years. I think that, as I said earlier, there was a certain feeling of perhaps helplessness. Well, what can we do? What can we do? I think what has happened, again, the martyrdom that took place on January 3rd, the terrorist attack, though, and the way it was carried out, and the way that the United States bragged about killing these honorable men, have reshaped a lot of things in this region. And after that, we also saw the IRGC, Iran's Revolutionary Guard, and sending the missiles to Ain al-Assad in Iraq. American base, no entity, no country had dared attack American military base. We're talking about, we go back to World War II and Pearl Harbor, and then if anyone would dare do it, we would always see an unbelievable response by the United States. But mum has been the word. I mean, nothing has happened. They did not do anything. And we have seen, we heard, of course, with Donald Trump and saying that nothing happened. And now as we go further and further along, we hear about more and more and more American troops being sent to Germany, being sent to Kuwait, who were hurt. And we really don't even know as far as fatalities yet. The point of it all is, though, that these same Iraqi people and Iranian people and others in the region, they are witnessing all of this. They're seeing all of this, that, this is a different time. We can respond. We can take responsibility for our own country, our own actions, and we can be victorious. And even if we're not victorious on the field,
at least we can blow a...
We will try our best. And that's why you see the white shrouds again.
Exactly.
That we are willing to try our best. At the end, we will give our lives if it takes that. But we are standing against oppression. And the significance of all of this, of course, being that it is Iraq, and the significance in Shia history, and Karbala, and Imam Hussein. These are the people, who've grown up with that ideology, as Iranians have grown up with that ideology, that it is better to give your life than to live under oppression. And so there's a very, very big belief of standing up for the oppressed, and especially when these people have been oppressed themselves so much. This has been there, but now I believe that there is a newfound confidence and unity in the region.
What do you have to say about it? The unity point, I think, stands out.
Definitely, it's very important, very significant, because we know from the time of the British colonialism and imperialism, the whole, it was frame and divide and conquer, and that has continued by Washington. It's always this effort to divide the people of the country, of a region or whatever, and make them fight against each other. And then various whatever programs or whatever they're trying to do, it's easier for Washington then to implement their own strategy when people are sidetracked in fighting each other. So what this unity says is that, no, we are aware of what's going on. And this unity in Iraq is very significant. We have to understand, we're talking about a country that has been occupied since 2003. And so there's so many different groups, so many different perspectives, and such efforts to divide them. We still have entities that are loyal to the former Ba'athist regime, and then we have those that the Americans have set up, and then we have the terrorist implements, and then we have so many others, some of the Persian Gulf monarchies playing roles in this country. But I think that the people have seen the reality, and they're saying that enough is enough. And that we see the numbers that have turned out this morning, Arash, is also very significant, because we're not talking about a country that has not been attacked as far as terrorist acts, and we see it regularly. Of course, less regular than before, fortunately, because of the efforts of General Soleimani and, of course, Abu Mahdi Mohandes and others. So, fortunately, it's a lot less, but still, there are attacks that take place. Excuse me. But despite that, we see the massive numbers that have turned out this morning. And obviously, unity is the most significant aspect of it, even with this demonstration that was called by Cleric Muqtada al-Sadr, first of all, but then also PMU. They came in and also echoed his call. This is very significant. Two entities that not always would see eye to eye, but have put aside their differences and saying, our main goal now is to making sure that American forces leave Iraq.
Sure. It's a very interesting point that you mentioned, unity and political factions within Iraq that traditionally have got angles with one another coming and converging on this issue. That, in a way, shows that how important this is. And I'd like to add to what you said, Marzia, that part of those people that we see in these images right now, mind you, are without a doubt the same people who were there on the streets before January the 3rd, asking for with different demands, asking for different things. But when it comes to this, and as those images bear witness to that, in terms of numbers, it's nothing like what we saw in Iraq prior to January the 3rd. That in itself means that such a cause brings out a greater number of people, although the issues of economy and corruption were very much important issues in Iraq. But, these images in themselves, they show that how important this is for people. And
yeah, because you see, this is the thing. I mean, we're talking about, for example, in any country, there are problems and people want to demand better quality of life. So that's natural. But what you're having here, what they're coming out for, is their sovereignty.
Right.
Their sovereignty, their right to be a sovereign nation. Iraq is a historic country. Iraq has, a long history and known for its civilization. This is not a country that was just created yesterday. So of course the Iraqi people are going to come out in mass demanding their sovereignty. So there's a difference if I'm demanding of my government, various necessities that we all are required to have in life, than my own sovereignty.
And how can be a good standard of living if your country is not a sovereign one?
Exactly. You're basically serving others.
Exactly. And I'm not really sure that we still have Mick Napier. Anyway, I'm just going to put that question to him. To what extent do you see this is the point, Mick Napier, if a country is not sovereign, then how can it go on and ask for a better standard of living?
Of forces in the US Senate and in the US military-industrial complex. I think it was Pompeo who said after the killing, the assassinations in Baghdad airport at the beginning of the year, I think he followed it up very quickly by saying that America wanted to de-escalate, which was crazy talk after the assassination. But he must have thought it was possible that the people would be intimidated sufficiently that America would be able to save on its expenditure of military material and so on. But the opposite has happened. And I think when you see demonstrations of this size and this magnitude, it changes the rules of the game. I think, for example, the American military will be looking at these people and thinking, we cannot continue to occupy against the will of the parliament and these people. They could continue to occupy against the will of the parliament, but they're thinking that their soldiers will face guerrilla tactics, and with a population so opposed to the American presence as this demonstration proves, continued occupation becomes virtually impossible. But there's a more important point as well. Don't underestimate the ability of the American elite or the British elite to confuse and deceive their population. I mean, Trump notoriously watches Fox TV, and there is an academic study showing that the more that people watch Fox TV, the less they know about a whole range of subjects. It's an amazing operation, but it seems to work on a fairly sizable minority of the population, sufficient for Trump to keep control. What becomes impossible, even for Fox TV, even for the disciplined media, is to sell this kind of demonstration. And it's to explain it in terms of a population longing for American support and groaning under a domestic tyranny, because that's usually how it's put. And I'm struck by, if I can give one example, it's a history lesson, but I'm quite old, was in 1968, the Americans had been in Vietnam for well over a decade, and they had been fighting and killing and bombing and poisoning the soil, but they kept on telling Americans there was light at the end of the tunnel, was the metaphor, that they could prevail. And this message went home through the media. Domestic opposition was basically tactical. Nobody had a big argument in the media about should America be invading other countries. There was discussion about whether it was wise or not. But what happened was in '68, the Vietnamese resistance, the Tet Offensive, showed Americans right across the whole of America, in every home and every TV set, that this had been a lie. That when the resistance was so powerful, it shattered American resolve and was really the beginning of the end. They still paid a very high price, but it was the beginning of the end. It was a turning point. And I think this is a similar turning point. And it's not to do essentially with military resistance, although that is inherent. That is the fear of anybody watching this. But it's to do with a mass popular mobilization, which has the potential to be a similar turning point. It can mark the beginning of the end of American resolve to continue to hold on to this part of the world. And I hope, and I think that people can look back on this from the future and see this as a defining point. I mean, let's not forget that America is no longer a unipolar world. America dwarfs every other, the next 6 or 7 countries in the world, united, added together in terms of military expenditure. It is a military behemoth, but it doesn't produce the stuff that people need: the cars, the washing machines, all, you know, the pipes for clean water. China is becoming now a candidate, and probably already has a bigger economy than the USA, or it will within a decade or so. Iraqis need to escape from the devastation that America and its British and other allies visited upon them. They have the oil in the ground. They have the fantastic access to these amazingly wealthy resources on their territory, which the Pentagon and the US corporations covet. I think they now glimpse an opportunity for a good life. But I think sovereignty and a good life for people, education, a lack of disease, good hospitals, I think they come together. But Iraqis know they cannot have a good life, and the experience of the last 17 years has shown them that this is a bestial occupation. It only promises poverty, division, sectarian hatreds to the limit of its ability. And I think the Tet Offensive in Vietnam in '68, these demonstrations in Iraq today share that turning point sense about them.
Point taken. Mick Napier, please stay with us. I'm going to give Marzi the floor right now. I believe you have something to tell us about the Vietnam War.
Well, what Kenneth just mentioned, he talked about the Tet Offensive and how it was a turning point. I also think that what we saw during the Vietnam War, we saw the images of the body bags, the American body bags coming home. They were showing the American coffins being put on the plane and then being taken off, and that had a major psychological effect on Americans, and especially after the Tet Offensive. And I think that actually what we saw then affects even today, Arash, and how we see the media and how they cover various events. Now, as we were talking about before, various demonstrations that have taken place, and rightful demonstrations, again, in their demands, but unfortunately were infiltrated and taken over. But we saw such exaggeration of numbers with those demonstrators, and then we see the protests today. Up until the time I came and was prior to coming on air, and I was just monitoring various entities. It was basically nothing was being talked about today. And this is what has happened, the manipulation of the media and showing images to the people, and then the role of that and how that affects public opinion. And especially when we're talking about this region, we have seen it time and time again. And we go back to, whether we're talking about, we go back to January 3rd and the terrorist attack by the United States against these individuals, that we saw this man, General Soleimani, and the others who've done so much in the region to end terrorism, then in the American media, parts of the American media, basically trying to show him as a terrorist. So we have this control of images and trying to control the narrative in the media that has played a very, very significant role in all of this. And can I say, when I talk about the Western media, I'm not just talking about its influences in those countries, but in countries where we are, because they also, obviously, they're broadcast also in Iraq and in Iran and in other places, in trying to control the narrative and trying to cause confusion. We see, again, in the attack on Ain al-Assad, and how that narrative was they were trying to control it from U.S. President Donald Trump, and the way he created and presented and said basically nothing happened, no one injured, no damage, to then we saw the videos coming out of the area,
extent of
the
the
extent of the damage. And now, after all this time, we're still getting more and more reports of
U.S. service people getting electrified or being hit by a car.
Brain damage all of a sudden, are so many other things. So we see how the media, the role of the media in the military-industrial complex, and this is, it's very intertwined in actually projecting this narrative, one of American power, American dominance. But what we're seeing on the streets of Iraq today, what we're seeing on the streets of Baghdad, is showing an awareness by the people that whatever the case is, we need American troops out of our country because sovereignty is the key.
Mind you, this is a message that they're sending not only to the U.S. service members there, not only to the U.S. government, which I'm pretty sure they're monitoring everything we see right now. It's like you said, the issue rises when you have a media that either does not want to cover it, or when it covers it, it basically turns the story around. But the real question is, I mean, in case of General Soleimani, you have one person that in this region is known for his heroics, and then you have media on the other side of the world that, as you said, are going to portray him, try their best to portray him as a terrorist, and say, we did this because he was a terrorist. That's what they say. But when you have this number of people out there on the street, it's going to be really hard to, turn the story around, say that these people are there for what demand? Why are they there? They're asking for our troops to leave. Probably they're either not going to cover it, or if they cover it, they're going to. I wonder how they're going to explain this to the public.
Well, I have to say, they do have a knack for being able to turn things around. So, I think we have to give it to them on that. Unfortunately, I mean, I think sitting in Iran almost now 41 years since the revolution, I have witnessed so many instances. I've been involved in, for example, things, and then when I have seen it shown on television, especially Western media, it has been totally different. I remember in the U.S. in 2003, I was involved in a demonstration that it was at least 1 million people that took part in that demonstration in New York. And
Did it get covered?
It was not covered.
Okay.
It was not covered. I mean, so...
Are you expecting the same thing to happen to this as well?
Well, I don't think that they cannot cover it anymore. That's because, of course, of social media that really puts pressure on these entities.
Different times,
yes. But they can show it in a different light, and they can frame it in a different way. I mean, we saw the unbelievable crowds. I'd never seen crowds like I saw after, as far as the funeral procession of General Soleimani and Abu Mahdi Mohandes here in Iran. Never seen the density of the people in city after city after city.
Mind you, by correspondence of some other foreign stations
as well.
To. They actually said the same thing. It's very interesting.
Right.
But,
they
to
had
their eyes,
to.
It was also strange as well.
Yeah, they had to a certain degree, but then immediately after that, things were reframed and reshaped. So I think we always have to be ready for that. But whatever way it's framed in the Western media, again, what we're seeing on the streets of Baghdad today is extremely significant, and extremely significant in that the people are ready to take back their sovereignty.
Sure.
And we're, of course, keeping a close eye on this. But again, this is historic, what is happening right now.
Okay. I'm being told that we have Professor Marandi, professor with the University of Tehran, with us as well, an expert on the North American issues. Professor, it's good to have you with us. I want your take on this million-man march in Iraq today.
I think it is a turning point in the region. The American occupation is no longer acceptable in Iraq. And if the Americans are expelled from Iraq, that means that the American role in the region will be significantly diminished. When Abu Mahdi al-Mohandes and General Haj Qasem Soleimani were murdered, I think based upon the narratives that Westerners have created for themselves, they expected the reverse to happen. They had used propaganda so much to say that Iraqis hated Iranians, Iranians hated the Revolutionary Guards, so that and ultimately they believed their own propaganda and their media and their think tanks that basically mimic what needs to be said in Washington and in European capitals. But what happened was the exact opposite. It showed that those protests that were held in Iraq against the government, against Iran, against the independence of the Iraqi people, those were infinitely smaller than the protests that we're seeing today, or than the funeral procession that we saw in Iraq for General Soleimani and Abu Mahdi al-Mohandes. So despite the propaganda, we see that the real facts on the ground show that Iraqis despise American occupation. They despise Saudi extremism. They despise the policies of Western countries in Iraq and in the region as a whole. And the same is true in Iran. We saw how the funeral procession in Tehran and in other cities were extraordinary. And for once, Western media had to admit it. But even then, 1 week later, when a few hundred people came to the streets of Tehran and tore General Soleimani's posters, they tried to create some sort of equivalence between the millions there and the hundreds here. Why? Because that is a part of their narrative. They cannot accept the reality on the ground. And this is why I think that the Americans are heading for even a greater defeat in Iraq, because the Western media is not reporting this march as it should. The Saudi and regional media is not reporting it as it should. So they're going to gloss over it, whereas I think that this protest is going to have consequences if the Americans do not pull out after the murders that they've carried out in Iraq against soldiers fighting against ISIS, against their commanders fighting against ISIS, against Abu Mahdi al-Mohandes and Haj Qasem Soleimani. And after the parliamentarian gathering and voting to have the Americans leave, this is the final straw. If the Americans do not leave, then I believe it will get violent. And then you will have Americans in body bags going back home. Mm-hmm. So unless the Western media recognizes the significance of this moment today and puts pressure on their own government, then I think the price that the Americans are going to pay is higher than what it would be if the media was honest and accepting of the reality that the world, and especially this region, no longer accepts Western hegemony.
Mm-hmm. Professor Kenneth Farrow in London, do you think the point to be taken by the Western media, as mentioned by Professor Manandi in Tehran, do you think that is really to be taken by the Western media?
Well, I completely agree with his points that he was making. But of course, the whole thing about the media in terms of its involvement in liberation struggles is crucial. And let's not forget that what we're seeing here today and these images we're seeing are part of the liberation struggle for Iraq, a struggle that's continued since 2003. Looking at the coverage of these images right now, looking at BBC coverage, there is none. The BBC is completely ignoring this event. Even within its Middle East page, it's ignoring what's happening there. It's talking about other things, but not about this demonstration. Looking at Fox News, which we've heard is one of Trump's favorite channels. Again, they're not covering this. They're covering the impeachment, of course, which is related to this event, but they're not covering this event. And so these major outlets for the United States and UK are completely ignoring the will of the Iraqi people. They're not representing the will of the Iraqi people, as is their duty as international broadcasters. Their duty is not to put the position of the dominant forces in their country, but we know historically that this is what they've done. And we know the battle for the hearts and minds of a people is crucial in liberation struggles. We've mentioned before the situation in Vietnam. It's 17 years since 2003, and it took 17 years, a little more than 70 years, for the Vietnamese to liberate their country. So there is a parallel there, just in terms of time. But of course, we understand that within Vietnam, the struggle was much more focused on the military struggle. But of course, it wasn't just the North Vietnamese army and the Viet Cong that were fighting the American imperialist forces. It took the support of the majority of the people of Vietnam, who supported the fighters in any way they can and suffered greatly and still suffer greatly I've just come back from Vietnam, and I saw there still the children who were affected by the bombing of the Americans using Agent Orange. People are still suffering in Vietnam from the war, which was from 1954 to 1975. And so if you look at the parallels between Vietnam and Iraq, I think there are some lessons to be learned. The first is this, is that any people who unite against an invading forces will win. We have to remember Ho Chi Minh, who led the Vietnamese forces in victory against the United States, had this to say when he spoke to the Americans. He told the Americans, "You will get sick of the dying before we do." And what he meant by that is that the will of the people to defend their country, the will of the people to expel the invaders is much greater than the will of the invaders. And we have seen that as a success in Vietnam, and I suspect that we will see that as a success in Iraq as well. So I think what we're seeing today, which is being ignored by the Western media, is a very important event. And once it escalates today, and what I mean is that once the speeches are made, and once these images begin to distribute on social media, they will have, of course, to make some kind of comment. And I think what they'll do is they'll draw this down into an event which is not significant. And of course, that's part of the role of Western media in situations like this. I know from my own experience in dealing with the media in the UK that the BBC constantly underreport demonstrations, whether it's a demonstration against the war in Iraq, which we had in the UK, whether it's a demonstration in Ireland against the domination of the British Army in Ireland. Many demonstrations are underreported, and that's part of the role of the BBC. They are there to serve the interests of the state and not to serve the interests of the people internationally. And of course, in this battle of hearts and minds, and in terms of the role of the media, really it's incumbent on any journalist across the world to fairly and accurately report what they see. And I'm sure there are people in the UK and in America who will be trying to do that. But unfortunately, these huge corporations like the BBC, like Fox, who are linked to the military industrial complex within the United States, will continue to put out lies about Iraq, will not show the truth in Iraq, and this is something which is completely at their feet. I think it's not just the troops that do the killing. It's not just the politicians that give the order. It's the media that turn their cameras away from what needs to be filmed. It's the journalists that don't pick up their pens. It's the social media pundits who refuse to actually report what's going on. They're as responsible for the situation in Iraq as anybody else. And I think this is a really important event. In terms of the future, we have to hope, and certainly if you look at the face of the people there, the absolute joy of people on the street to be celebrating freedom, which this is about as well. It's not about just the fact that they want troops out. That's the core of the demand. That's a demand that will have to be met. It's also the fact that they're celebrating the fact that they can unite, that they can march, that they have that freedom, and they're going to push and push until they have what they want, which is the American troops out.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time, Professor Kenneth Farrow with Coventry University in London. And of course, the issue of how the media would cover this and how the public in the U.S. would view this, that all depends on, of course, their mass media as well. That is a question that I'm going to pose to Mr. Napier in Edinburgh. To Mr. Napier, you know, it's a true fact, like Mazia right here just mentioned, and Professor Farrow in London said it. You know, they're either not going to cover it because they're already preoccupied with the impeachment process, and that's and what's better than that you're covering something as important as that, and that is why we're not covering this. That's one scenario of what or how this is going to be viewed for the American public. But don't you agree that, you know, in this part of the world there are U.S. service members inside Iraq and, you know, within the West Asia region that that are watching these images those faces, the number of people on the street, without a doubt, does not send a very warm message, and it's not morale boosting at all to the U.S. service members in the region. How do you think they're going to view this, regardless of how the Western media is going to cover this forum?
It will be a huge struggle inside the USA on how to respond to images such as this. I mean, let's remember, Donald Trump has called Mexicans rapists. He's building a wall to separate children from their parents and lock them up, and sometimes they simply disappear. It'll be interpreted against a background of, on the part of many people, of the racism that's been pumped into the American system by Trump and his predecessors. Trump talks about defending civilization and the civilized world. And the Islamophobia, the hatred of all Muslims that's been used right across the West for many, many years, is really an essential part of the invasion and devastation of countries in the Middle East. Because we have Muslim populations now in Britain and in America, and they have to be intimidated and prevented from finding their own voice to tell their own truths about what's happening, because they haven't been socialized through school and through the media in the same way as many, many other people. It used to be said, and I think all of your viewers in many parts of the world will find this blindingly true, but Britain used to be able to invade other countries because we were Christians and they were not. Afghanistan, Africa, etc., etc. Then more recently, the ideology or the ruling ideas changed, and we could invade other countries because we were democracies and they were not. The truth was irrelevant. The enemy could always be presented as the new Hitler, however democratic or semi-democratic they were, and our allies, such as Saudi Arabia, the media would either be silent and draw a veil over them, or they would be presented in some kind of positive way. It sounds impossible, but the Western media has long been able to do this. So it's presented as a kind of war for civilization against dark-skinned people. So the huge demonstrations that I'm watching on my TV screen at the moment will be mediated by many Trump supporters through that kind of filter. But never underestimate the ability of American people to defy all of that, and to see that their interests don't lie in fighting foreign wars, that those body bags that are coming home from Vietnam and from other places, it wasn't the sons of the likes of Donald Trump. Donald Trump is that most disgraceful of human beings, an old man who wants to send young men to war, but who himself and his whole family have a very, very long record of avoiding ever donning a military uniform. Trump invented a ridiculous medical condition to be exempted from the collar. So it's a struggle inside inside the USA on how to respond to this. And can I just bring in the issue of Israel-Palestine again? The defeat of American power in the region obviously means the removal of American troops, and also efforts to project its soft power as well are not insignificant. Mm-hmm. But it also has to take account of Israel, and I think Israel has to be viewed as a projection of American military power into the region. And I think Palestinians watching this will think that the decline of American power in the region will change radically the algebra, the calculus of the relationship between the Zionist project in Israel-Palestine and the Palestinians' struggle for freedom. Because we see there, I think the latest figures, if I've got them right, was about 6.6 million Jews in Israel-Palestine, mainly Zionist, confronted by a very similar number of Palestinians between the Jordan and the Mediterranean, but surrounded by hundreds of millions of people, some of whom we see on our TV screens today. And I think this is the royal road to freedom for the Palestinian people. Their struggle has been inspiring, but the forces against them, the USA, Israel, the EU, etc., are so overwhelming that however much they struggle, they cannot by themselves secure their own liberation. But together with the reduction of American power in the Middle East, then Israel becomes incredibly vulnerable because it cannot continue in the way it's doing without operating under the US military and political umbrella. Diplomatic in the UN, but militarily as well. I mean, I've been to Israel, Palestine many times, and you see stupid T-shirts there that the Israelis sell. Look, don't worry, America, we'll protect you. The reality is, Israel cannot do what it does without the American presence throughout the whole region. And I think the struggle of the Iraqis for freedom from foreign military occupation is inseparable and will contribute to the struggle of the Palestinians as well. So there'll be consternation in Washington and the Pentagon watching these scenes. There will also be great consternation in Israel, because Israel was calling for an attack on Iran and trying to force the USA to attack Iran for its own reasons. And I think,
yes, McNapier, let's just put the same point to our guest in the studio, my own colleague Mazia, to get her view on this. It's an extended point of this, I would imagine, Mazia, that although this is happening in Iraq, well, without a doubt, that has messages that will go to different countries in the region. After all, resistance movement is not something that is happening in Iraq today. And McNapier just mentioned that this will eventually affect the way that things are done in Tel Aviv. What message do you think that is sending to them? I mean, like, how significant is this in terms of what is happening in Palestine?
Of course, I think it's very significant. And I mean, we saw actually the day of the prayer for General Soleimani. We saw Ismail Haniyeh actually was in Tehran, and basically he called
the martyr of Quds.
The martyr of Quds, exactly. And it's very significant because, you know, we have these artificial borders that have been drawn and trying to pit people against each other. And basically what the resistance is saying is that our struggle is one. Our struggle is one. And Israel knows more than anyone else the significance of everything that has happened. It's interesting that actually in Washington, right now, they have a president.
Do you think this is something that keeps them up at night? You know, that's a straightforward question.
I can only imagine. I was going to say, you know, they have a president who's very pro-Zionist, and we have seen so many, since Trump has come into office, various decisions that he's made, whether it's the American embassy and putting in Jerusalem al-Quds, or just so much support for the regime in Tel Aviv. I think it's going to be quite ironic that it is because of the same president that is going to cause unbelievable unity in the region, and ultimately that will mean allied against the Tel Aviv regime.
You have a point. Yes.
Yeah, for sure. I think that they know more than anyone else the significance of what is just taking place, and they know when they're looking at the screen and they're seeing the Iraqis come out in mass like this, and across the region we have seen this. They understand the overall significance. And let us not forget the message by the Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah, of course the Secretary General of Hezbollah, in what he has said. And he talked about the dynamics of all of this.
Yes. And
they understand when Sayyid Hassan talks about Haifa being attacked or whatever, they understand that he does not lie and he means what he says. So I am sure those who are leading the Israeli regime are definitely staying up at night. And I think the irony of it all, again, we have this very pro-Zionist administration in office in Washington. Not that any of them were not pro-Zionist, but we have seen him be very proactive, Donald Trump. But at the end of the day, I think it also, because of this terrorist attack that he ordered in Baghdad, that ultimately will lead to a lot of instability inside of that regime and perhaps the fall of
in order
regime.
To be impeached, he didn't need the help of the recent events to be impeached. We have to see how this is going to play out, perhaps, you know, in the next upheaval in his presidency. I'm not really sure if it's going to cause it, but we have to wait and see how this is going to be played, because, you know, impeachment is still in process. And of course, there are circles within the American political circles that are, they have one eye on the impeachment, and they have their other eye at events like this?
Well, I have to say, let me just say, because I have my different analysis of the impeachment in general, something that's really, it's not going to happen as far as him being, the main goal would be then to rid him of the presidency, and that's not going to happen, in my belief, and we can see that what's going on in the Senate right now. And I also think that, it's a way to, it's like a bait and switch. I mean, because we have CNN. I mean, CNN has been really just like continually covering the impeachment and have forgotten about other issues. Perhaps that's good too, because the way, unfortunately, they cover certain issues, but totally ignoring the significance of what is happening, for example, today. Using the excuse of the impeachment. And the impeachment, let us say, at the end of the day, what is going to happen? What is going to happen? Donald Trump is going to remain in office. Donald Trump may get reelected. So it's been all of this money, time, and noise out of Washington to, again, keep the people busy. Keep the people busy and not focus on various issues at hand. So that's my perspective in general about the whole impeachment. But at the end of the day, no matter they report it or they not report it, what we're seeing on our screens today is very real and very significant. Again, we have Western Asia pre-January 3rd, and we have Western Asia post-January 3rd. And I think you're going to see a very different Western Asia, people with more confidence than ever before, and I think a lot more unity.
You know, Marzia, there is another thing that I'd like to discuss with you, and that would be the morale of the U.S. service members in Iraq today. Seeing something like that, because of the fact that they are not in their country and they're not, as affected as the public is by how the media is covering and perhaps ignoring it all. But they're in the region. They see this firsthand for themselves. It's not morale boosting for people in those great numbers to come out there on the streets and ask you to leave. I mean, how does that make sense?
Well, I don't think they've had much of a morale booster since this has happened. I think they would be the first ones to ask why Trump did this to begin with. Why did he order this terrorist attack? Because since that time, they have seen the people in the region reacting with outrage. And they have heard leader after leader, whether it's leader of the Islamic Revolution, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei, or we're talking about Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah, Secretary General of Hezbollah, or we're talking about, we look at Yemen, or we look at Iraq. We've seen leader after leader after leader call for them to leave the region. And then, of course, then there's the Ain al-Assad attacks. So I think that it's just been just the opposite, not just a morale buster. I think they fear for their lives being in this region now. And yes, it makes them feel, every day that goes by, I think it makes them feel more and more insecure. And I think the troops themselves, more than anyone else, they want to be the first ones to actually leave the region. And as Kenneth was saying earlier, of course, it's not the kids of Donald Trump that are fighting these wars. So for the American regime, actually, their lives are expendable also, let us say, which is unfortunate from that perspective of that country and how it deals with it. And I think these troops are realizing, many of them, why do they have such unbelievable suicide rates once they return to the United States? They understand that they were not here protecting a moral cause. They have seen, they have participated in a lot of abuse. So, and with the situation,
questioning the cause, mind you, that's the same story with the Vietnam War. A lot of people started asking questions, and I think, already this is happening.
Oh, it has been happening for a while. Yeah. If we look at the number of American troops who have killed themselves even after returning home, I can only think that situation would be increasingly getting worse now, especially when you're being told one thing at home, that you're there to protect these people's freedom, and on the other hand, you see your government engage in terrorist attacks and have actually killed the individuals who were fighting against terrorism, and then the people themselves coming out and saying, you need to go home. So yes, I think definitely it's not only a morale breaker, it has broken the Americans in many, many ways.
I'm just going to quote something that I heard the CNN, in its report of the aftermath of what happened in Ain al-Assad. They talked to some of the officers there, and they said the experience of that night in Ain al-Assad was life-changing. Now, put that on mind, and then you have things like this happening. That's the same country, that's not good at all. I mean, like, because I'm pretty sure many of those kids believe that they are harbingers of freedom. I mean, like, with these promises they've been taken into the army, and now they have a totally different scenario. This is going to be a hard time for the U.S.
I think so. And let us say those images that you saw in CNN, these are censored images. These are not the images that
redacted ones. Yes.
These are not the ones that they were crying, and we have reports of wetting their pants actually because of the extent of the fear. And one of the troops, though, what he said is that we've never experienced this. This is what we do to others.
To other people.
This is what we do to others. This is not what someone does to us.
We haven't received it before.
So
that was not the experience.
This is very key, and this is the changing element. Yes, it is being done to American troops. It is being done. It has been done to American bases. IRGC, Iran, Iraq, the area, it's capable of actually implementing this type of terror against American troops. So it definitely is a game changer.
Especially if that element of unity happens more than before.
And which we're seeing on the streets right now. Look at those images. Unbelievable images there.
The power is going to be tenfold. That's the whole point. Of course, I'm not really sure if we have Professor Marandi with us, but I think we're going to have political analyst and Muslim affair expert, Mr. Saeed Shahabi, a regular contributor here at Press TV via Skype out of London. Saeed Shahabi, it's good to have you with us. As I'm going to begin speaking to you, our viewers are watching images that we're receiving from the city of Baghdad. I'm sure that you have your own sources to watch those images for yourself. People are in their millions. What's your take on what's happening in Baghdad today?
Thank you very much. This is something that will shock many observers, many people who are witnessing the political scene in the Middle East will be amazed to see those numbers of people who are flooding into the streets of Baghdad. We are talking about Baghdad, we are talking about Iraq, we are talking about probably the largest Arab country in the Middle East, both in terms of economy and also natural resources. The flooding of these people to the street and their call for the removal of the American forces from their country and the independence of Iraq from foreign intervention, this is something that will really send shock waves to the hearts of the British, of the Western establishments. They have thought before, since 1991, when they waged the war to get Iraqi troops under Saddam Hussein from Kuwait, they had hoped that Iraq would become a hub for the Western policy in the region. But of course, over the years, the situation had not developed in the way they had aspired to achieve. And we, since of course 2003, they had invested a lot in terms of military presence and of course political coercion, hoping that Iraq would remain a satellite for the American influence in the region. The hope was that they should cut Iraq from the emerging strategic alliance between Iran, Syria, and Lebanon, the northern part of the Middle East, and Turkey, of course. But the hope was that if they could take Iraq away from that alliance, then probably they would weaken that alliance. But now it is clear that Iraq is not being weakened to submit to the American wishes. So it is still there. It is still bordering Iran with more than 1,000 kilometers. It's still bordering Turkey and Syria. And it is still in the hands of its own people, despite the enormous pressures from Washington. So the flooding of these thousands, millions of people into the street against the American intervention is something that was not expected. And I think Mr. Trump had shot himself in the foot by infringing on the sovereignty of Iraq. Don't forget, and the world must not forget, that the Iraqi sovereignty had been violated by the attack on the 2nd of January, 3 weeks ago, when they killed two prominent military leaders, an Iranian and an Iraqi. That act in itself has really injured the pride of the Iraqis. How could friendly and an ally do such a thing to us? How could they just come and infringe on our sovereignty, violate our sovereignty, and kill one of our officials? The victim was an official of the Iraqi government. How could you do it so blatantly and continue to threaten to kill more people? So I believe that that was a bad decision. Maybe they had celebrated it. Maybe they thought they had done something good and shown their and exhibited their force and their power. But at the end of the day, in a strategic term, it could well be that America has lost Iraq probably forever. And I do not believe they can easily recover from that political shock. And today's demonstrations are proving that the power of the people is not definitely in the direction of alliance with America or with Israel or with those who think that military power is the solution, is the way to prove yourself in the Middle East. Military power is one thing, but the will of the people is another thing.
Let's see what. Thank you very much, Sayed Shahabi. I'm going to continue a little bit with Marzia right here about how she sees this is going to, because we're just getting closer to the end of our program, by the way. How do you think this is going to turn out? Now, this day is gone, but the effect will be there. What do you think will be there for everyone to learn from?
Right. You know, Arash, I think we have learned so much
within the past month.
This January
Exactly.
2020. It's been quite a 2020 so
Sure.
far. So I think, again, from January 3rd on, there have been so many incidents, so many things that we have learned. I think the most significant thing, I have to reiterate again, that is staying with the people of the region, is a newly found confidence. And I think that that was led by Iran's response to the Americans after the terrorist attack, in the missile attack on Ain al-Assad, sending a powerful message that we are capable and willing to
this
attack.
is also invigorating those people on the streets
Of course, it
today?
all goes back to
Right.
that. It all goes back to that. It goes back to those individuals who had given their lives in protecting the region and being taken in such a cowardly manner by the American regime. So it goes back to that and the sacrifices these individuals have made. And then it goes, next phase, to the attack by IRGC on the American forces, which was very, very significant. I mean, I cannot reiterate again the significance of that no other country has dared do anything close to that against American forces or bases since Pearl Harbor, since World War II. And then we saw the reaction, and we saw the reaction to that, even, you know, the atomic bomb. That's the reaction of the Americans.
As your first sentence, the opener to your speech, yes.
Yeah, that's usually the reaction, but we did not see reaction. So again, then people are looking at, this is a different time. This is a different time. This is not a time that we just bow down to the United States. It's no longer that hegemon it still thinks it is, but people are standing up in the region. I mean, if we go back, we look at so many significant events that have taken place over the years, but I feel that we are seeing things, it's almost as it's in fast forward, fast motion now, the speed that things are changing. And this today, what we have seen, what we have witnessed, is so symbolic of this new Western Asia, I believe. And of course, there will be continued attempts to divide the people. But there's with Shia history, I will say, because we know in this region, in Iran and Iraq, the Shia belief system plays a big role. And they believe the blood of the martyr actually will not go in vain. It wakes
Can do
up
wonders,
It
yes.
wakes up so many other people.
Yes.
And we're talking about these martyrs. And what we are seeing is, I think, yes, this newfound dedication and commitment to actually have their own sovereignty. That's what we're looking at in Iraq this morning. People are saying enough is enough. We want the Americans out. Go home. And of course, we know what Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah said. He said, you'll either go out voluntarily or you'll go out in body bags. You'll go out vertically, walking, or you'll go out horizontally in body bags. And I think basically that is the message that is being reiterated throughout this region. Never before from so many different entities at the same time.
The same call.
The same call. The same call. That no matter our differences, no matter our problems, we have infrastructural problems, we have whatever problems in our own countries, yes, granted, but our number one demand is that the U.S. must get out of this region. That is the only way we can have security. That is the only way we can actually get to all those other demands.
Which, by the way, culminated into this after January the 2nd.
January 3rd. January 3rd, January 3rd.
This was a trigger.
That was the key. That was the key that expedited all of this. I believe all of it probably eventually would have happened because people really have war fatigue and we're tired of American troops. But yes, not this fast. So what the Americans have done, if anything, have actually expedited this unity and this resilience and this more of a call for resistance.
Right. Saeed Shahabi in London, one final question from you. Marzia, referring to the events of January as big lessons for life and how expedited events have become after the martyrdom of General Qasem Soleimani to actually become the scene that you see in Iraq and the whole region today. And of course, the fact that unity exists more than ever. And also the fact that, it's true, nobody really tries to hide the fact that there are problems, internal problems within each and every one of these countries. But the main call right now is for the U.S. troops to leave. How significant, how important do you think the events of the past 20 days have been in West Asia? We have 2 minutes for that.
Okay, I believe that it has fundamentally changed the course of events, and it is clear now that there is a lot of popular demands that this region must be kept free of foreign troops. It must be kept free of weapons of mass destruction that the Israelis have accumulated over the years, especially the nuclear bombs. And also it is clear that sovereignty must be retained by all those states. There needs to be a change, even internally in several of the countries. And the Americans are leaving their bet on the Saudis, and the Saudis themselves are going from one problem to another, the latest of which is the hacking of Bezos' telephone and so on. And that is going to have repercussions on the Saudi-American relations. So the allies of America are not in the best of shapes. Israel is really under a lot of pressure, even in the Western capitals, where there is very much unease about the way the Israelis are conducting their pressure on America to engage in war in the Middle East. So I believe that probably the Americans will come back to their senses and realize that they need to rethink their strategy in the Middle East and remove their forces and then rethink what to do next in the future in a more peaceful, more civilized, more state-to-state like policies that will enable the situation to calm down and save them further embarrassment and reversals.
Thank you very much. That's Mr. Saeed Shahabi, political analyst and Muslim affair expert via Skype out of London. I really appreciate your time. And thank you, Marzia, for being with us and giving us your take on that. I really enjoyed talking to you about this. And thank you, viewers, for being with Press TV for this live coverage. Of course, we're just going to go off momentarily. That will be because I'll be back with your full news and a coverage of today's world events in about 4 minutes' time. Until then, you take care. See you next time.